Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Hi, guys. My name's Michael, also known as Bardicdice here on all the socials. And I got a whole lot of energy because it's Friday and it's Fates Day, and we're excited to be back. So yes, we're on a new day on Fridays. Hopefully, this should work out here going forward to finish out Fates United. But as well as just letting you guys know, our time's going to be a little fluctuating, so bear with us. I finally got a job, but the time frames of when I'm working and when I'm doing training fluctuates. So normally we stream every week here. If you're new to the channel, it's on BOD every Friday at 6:30 Central Time. Next week and for the next 3 weeks, however, we're actually going to be pushing them back an hour, starting at 7:30 Central. So we'll post that in the Discord. We'll post that everywhere. It's not too big of a deal. But as far as that goes for the next 3 weeks, be 7:30 there, just so you guys can be aware of all the changes there. But if you want to go check out any of the old videos, go check it out on YouTube. A video that on any of the other socials that I try and be a part of, and stuff like that. So lot of exciting. Go check that out. As well as we do share a Discord if you want to go check that out with the wonderful Marky Gaming. And I'll put the link in the chat there. So that way when we're offline or if we're not having a stream that week, you can go hang out. That we always love to wake up and say good morning to, post art and amazing content, review news, and see all the crazy Tears of the Kingdom contraptions people are making. So it's been go check that out there as well. That being said, I'm just going to jump right into announcements and getting to know all of our players for the day. So if you guys want to announce any streams you're on or any projects you're working on, go and shout out. Starting with our two artists of the channel, Rafaziel.
Hi, I'm Deely, aka Rafaziel. Yeah, I do art, and it's super fun. And the tavern's the best place to see that, or Twitter, one of the two. I never post on Instagram anymore. But yeah, here I play Meikai. She's a tiefling. She's a monk, a Kensei monk specifically, and she's really good with her backhand. So pretty good. That's it.
Wow. Short, sweet, and simple. I like it today. Going to our second official artist. You can see the art next to all of the players. Rachie.
Hi, I am Rachel, also known as Pip. You can find all of my art on Instagram and Twitter under Pip400art. I stream over at Marky Gaming with my Marky over wherever he is. But I was trying to see where I could point. There's no way I'm gonna guess.
Right below her. There you go.
So yeah, so you can find me there. I'm thinking though Monday it's up in the air this week just because I am guest starring on Knights of Silver Moon on Saturday for a Star Wars one shot. So go over there at 1 CST. But because of that, it's just a lot of streaming. So I feel like Monday I'm going to be kind of tapped. We'll see, though. I'll let you guys know. In this game, I play Anais. She is a elf, ranger. I almost said monk. Ranger.
Classes.
Cleric. Yeah. And she's having a good time just kind of doing a lot of really crazy spells these days. So I have fun with that. The end.
Perfect. And heading on down below, our amazing rock of the group. He is rolling out with the tats lately. John.
Hello, I am John. Also, I play Kahurangi, and I'm also known as Deely's husband. And excited to be here. Kahurangi is a Kalishtar fighter, Rune Knight. Been really fun playing that. First fighter I've ever played. I've really enjoyed it.
Oh, really? Oh,
and
cool.
Yeah, I've done other martial classes, but I never have done just the straight fighter. That was my first.
Good well.
Thanks. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Love being here. Love having people come hang out. Go check out the socials that everyone else is talking about. There's some great pieces of art and other cool things that happen there. I recommend it. With that, I'm going to go ahead and pass it on to Marky.
Right. Last but not least, Mark of the Marky Gaming Duo. Sorry. It's still better.
Hello, everybody. I am Mark of Marky Gaming, and yes, we do play D&D on Sunday with Mike there as well. Whatever direction he's on the screen, I can't. This way, I think. This way. This way.
There
This
you
way.
go.
And that is Sundays currently at 2 p.m. CST. It's a good time called Mystical Mishaps. This very chaotic and chat involved game of causing chaos. It's a good time. I play Zach here, as Mike already kind of mentioned, and he is a ASMR sorcerer bard.
Correct. Those are amazing players of our group, as well as a quick shout out that Rachel, Mark, and I also play on literary _ DM's channel on YouTube with a Zelda inspired Winds of and Dealey as well. Duh. She's back as well. She was a guest player before, now kind of guest player / yes. So the four of us played there on Tuesdays, which is a lot of fun as well, especially with all the Tears of Kingdom coming out to be. That being said, as well, with the Discord we mentioned before, a whole lot of amazing other streams going on. It's a lot of fun, so you should go check them out. I think that's all the announcements we have. We don't have a whole lot of extra stuff going on these days, which is fun. So that just means more time. So go ahead and jump in tonight's game of Fates United.
Pull on threads of fate, strings of time, metal clash as they climb. Champions of the sky, sun, moon, ocean, ally. Seek the path where darkness hides, corrupting all the good inside. They will travel the hard way, igniting light through the untamed. Wilderness won't disguise the elements sent to destroy the fragile weave of destiny. Just one of the many evils sent to break the world. Protect them as legend unfolds. Pull on threads of fate, strings of time, metal clash as they climb. Champions of the sky, sun, moon, ocean, ally. Seek the path where darkness hides. Bring light to where evil abides. Come on, roll the dice. 'Cause heroes take the fight.
Welcome back, everyone, as we jump into tonight's game of Fates United, our weekly homebrew game of D&D, episode 79. Quite close to 80 right there. We're currently in our Hanasuka arc. As our players have jumped into Hanasuka, chasing down one of Zachary's family, who's kidnapped, seemingly by the Hanasukan, as well as Meikai dealing with her past there. Just a little bit. They've been able to enter in and realize that the land has fallen under some sort of curse or prison of mist and swirling corruption, as well as a vortex of green energy heading straight down into the middle of the capital. They were able to find a small resistance group that used to be a thieves guild, and were able to get a little bit of information, as well as being chased by undead and spirits and corruption that keeps on rising up from the negative energy, as well as those that have had their life force sucked out of them. They've found out that come in the form of either their life force or even nightmares plaguing people, having rest, finding, and continued nightmarish dead. As well as that 4 of the Hansi, those that were being trained up as potential wives for the prince before he was killed, have now been turned into warriors, undead warriors that can chase down our chosen. Though they were confronted by all 4 of them last episode and seemingly took them down, with some fire and radiant damage that seemed to really disperse their kind of bodies. However, they were able to go across the map and find another potential resistance group, some of the clerics of Hanasu. They found that unfortunately there's only one cleric left, and she is basically watching over the temple. One of the last ones there is the head of the temple had been taken prisoner by they were trying to uncover some of the secrets and information that they were holding some sort of secrets in the mountains. They were able to scry with Anais helping. Were able to determine that Zachary's family, and especially his brother, are here. Sort of cavern, potentially underground, all being kept alive, but having their blood drained from them. A quite awful and nightmarish. Why? What that means? They have been invited to have dinner with the king and queen with a scroll that potentially will teleport them, but Chosen's that is probably some likely trap. They're creating plans on what to do. Take down the king and queen. Out. So, jump back in, guys. Stopped the Hansi harming an innocent girl there at the tavern. So even though you've noticed even them are still scared of you, especially you, Nakai. They look at you almost similar to an Hansi. The rest of you can tell that the rest have been brainwashed, or at least been living here so long that they fear the king more. I think you guys went back to the temple? Is that correct? Is that where you did the scrying?
Yeah.
I think we did the scrying first, and then
Yeah, scrying was before that.
we had the battle, and I think we were headed back after. So I think we already went back, if I remember right.
Or if you wanted to do anything else, you're more than happy to.
Wait, did we sleep? Or were we about to?
We're about
to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We had discussed plans. Oh, and it does say rest. That was my last note.
Yeah,
Just
we're
said
starting
rest.
to go into rest.
Yeah, that's what it was. I think we had like watches set up, but I don't remember what we did.
Well, who wants to go first?
Is there anything you guys wish to do before rest? Or we jump?
Yes. I want to get
Zachary nuke capital.
I think he would volunteer to go first. I think I did. Everyone was like,
I think you
"Let's
did.
get me."
You did.
Yeah.
Yep.
So when everybody is asleep.
Just before that though, is anyone doing anything before you guys go to sleep? Okay,
No.
so everyone's going to sleep. Okay, go ahead. You're first up to watch.
So once everyone's asleep, I would go to Miara and wake her up.
The apprentice there at the yeah, you see her having a somewhat restful sleep, though similar to the rest of you. How there are dreams, but you're able to wake her up. Takes a second to look around. She goes, "Oh, is everything all right?"
Yeah. I just wanted to offer you maybe a chance to try to connect to your god or something. See if we can make a connection.
Oh, yeah. If you know any way, would love that.
I mean, I've helped other people before, and I don't know if it seems like my dad was even able to get some sort of connection to you
Sure.
know, Lune. So,
Well, what do I need to do?
yeah, let's go over here where it's a little more quiet.
Call you over. You guys are in a little temple area. The area is that tiefling with kind of black horn around.
So I don't know if you feel like music helps you or anything in particular, but
Always the glowing of the crystals myself.
yeah, I mean that's not working though. So
Yeah. Looks up and you can see kind of the moonlight, like not rays of it coming down, but just the moon kind of like through clouds of light. I think it'll be enough to.
okay, well,
You know
I'll
of
cast a
any
spell.
music or songs? Is that what you?
I mean, I think it helped other people, so
Play me
I can
something.
try to help you. So yeah, I'm gonna cast a spell on you that hopefully will help you connect, and I don't know, I can try to help you.
Oh.
So I will cast Enhance Ability on 3rd level on myself and on her.
Nice.
And I'm assuming Wisdom? I don't know. Like, that seems like the right one for her.
Probably
But
for her, yeah.
and I'll do Charisma for me.
Okay.
And just kind of try to replicate almost like what happened with Makai in Tritania.
Hmm.
And what helped her connect to Lune. So I'll quietly start playing the same song that I played that night, and just kind of tell her to focus in on connecting.
As you're doing this and kind of radiating the music, you play an ocarina, right?
Yeah.
Like echoing a little bit through here. I need the other 3 to give me wisdom saves.
What?
$25.
I know I ask every time. This isn't a proficiency thing because it's not the affinity thing, right?
Saving
This is
throw.
just a wisdom save. Okay. 17.
24.
Nice. Okay. Perfect. While you guys are sleeping, that's going on. She begins praying and reaching out. Do you guide her towards anything, or are you just kind of letting her own prayer go out?
I feel like I would again try to replicate what happened with Makai, and see if that's possible to kind of, I don't know, focus in on the moonlight that's there and try to guide that direction or something.
Okay.
Whatever thread came to my father last night, that kind of stuff.
Go ahead as you focus on that. Give me a straight ability check, a straight affinity check, as this would have been at disadvantage normally, but your enhanced ability brought it up.
Okay. That's a 28.
Yeah, both did pretty good. Are you just focusing on that moonlight, or is there anything specific you want, or you're trying to say? You feel, and it's almost in that moment, kind of in that same way where you, not quite happening physically, but in that same way where like that shadow step, but it's in your own way. Like, yeah, you can feel the moonbeam kind of glowing a little bit brighter, and it's almost like the reflection of music is becoming echoing and celestial. You know the connection.
Yeah, I feel like it would just be like trying to be the one leading the path through like the brush or whatever,
Yeah.
and the path that I've already taken, trying to like replicate that, find that same path, and get to that same type of thing.
Almost like metaphorically taking her hand, like leading her. Got it. You can feel that strength in your fire kind of burning through whatever's holding back, pressuring down, and venting through. And both of you, your eyes glow white. Start begin to see a vision as you continue to pull her out, and you feel wings. And you're pushing through the mist up and above through the clouds, and it's almost like a storm trying to. And in that abstract way of dreams, you can also see these men had to deal with them. A happy temple full of people. There's a little concern as we're starting to, but still having faith, still hearing the beautiful sounds. Slowly, crystals begin to fade. There's a little worry, and more people seem worried as they come to the temple for answers. Another scene you can see and hear or overhearing Sora speaking to others of corruption and then the screams and horrors of all around, and here you are comforting the children and those there at the church as this green vortex you're out of the capital create this myth. Through it all, there's still this hope, faith, and this thread being held on by her, even though it's weakening, growing, just a thread that was a rope. You continue to push through with this fire, and you break through the clouds. Feel yourself radiating in that. Just like feel like your father had the other night. And you know that she's praying, making some connection. If there's not a voice or great connection, but there is a question that comes upon you. What do you want to happen? Feel this struggle of what you know your powers can do. That to burn down, destroy the enemy. An invigorating light to give new cycle. It's like these pulls from two different directions. Both good.
I don't know how he would answer, like if there's nothing there, just like feeling this like on him, doesn't know who to answer to.
Almost like a, you know, it's the affinities, but it's just not like it doesn't come across as like a, you know, it's the affinities kind of asking a question or having, or at least asking you to reflect on. It's almost like a reflection of in one hand fire, being able to burn down the brush and the drawing. You also know that it has ability to renew without destroying.
I think he would just kind of focus in on trying to restore for Miara that connection right now.
you can see both happening, and you can see her and feel, or not see her, but you feel her in this hope being restored, reinvigorated, or just like a crystal, as if it's glowing brighter, glowing more in her. You see this picture, hope for the land return. It's almost like you can see clearly down through the mist on Hana. On one hand, the capital burning down to ashes, your vengeance, your anger, but in a good way, to save the people from tyranny. But in another, you can see the moonlight being spread out and the fire radiating white flame. Corruption. Reminder of what you can do alone and what you can do together. You get this feeling that it is going to take all of you, and make high as well. Bring hope back to the hope does seem restored in her. Moment of peace. You look over and you can feel the heartbeat slow for a second, as if given a reminder that you're there. Connection to anything else you wish to do is this hold and place. Feel it beginning to end. If
I think he is just 100% trying to do whatever he can to help Miara out. Like, that's his focus right now.
that vision slowly begins to fade, and you can feel yourself coming to the end of that. You can see, as she's praying and holding on to her symbol, there is just a flicker and a light that begins to glow in the you feel radiance of power coming.
I'll sit and wait until she's back.
Right. Feel again.
You're welcome.
Do everything I can.
Don't lose hope.
Never. Whether our ropes are stronger, we won't break. Anything I can do for you?
Try to bring hope to the people.
Do
We're
everything
doing what we
can.
can. I want to trust that you'll do the same.
Be a sanctuary for all those who look for the light. I've always wanted it to.
Okay.
That glimmer in the crystal grow, just kind of radiating. A weakened, but
I should probably wake up whoever was next.
yes, of course, yes. Who is going to take the second?
I think it was me. If I remember right.
Or waken eyes
I
up?
take it.
All right. I'll wake an eyes up.
Are you heading to bed?
Yes.
Wisdom save with advantage.
Hesitation.
18, and I will favor by the gods if I have to.
You don't feel like
Okay.
there's any. As you fall asleep, all of you are still plagued with dreams and visions and stuff, but you feel like in this moment being covered in the moonlight radiation. Rest, you're able to stay above anything trying to call and reach out to you, trying to pull your dream. Nothing is getting any hold on you all. And as you get up and kind of keep watch for any Hansi or anything else going on, give me a perception.
$29.
Jeez. Yeah, you hear the rats rolling around in the wood and the small leaves scratching now. Yeah, you kind of look out and there's still that little bit of fire burning where you guys have put bodies on and sure that girl's gone and Arab, and there's no movement there, though you can hear in the distance often wailing, but way off. Nothing seemingly bothering you guys here.
Cool.
Take a next watch.
I'll take it.
You wake up from yours as well. You various dreams and stuff, and you had felt something trying to pull at it, but tonight, nothing. As you all are starting to pick up that every time you rest, dreams feel like a ripple disturbance that has something thread through the land as itself and take and reach. You're able to wake up. Nice. Nothing going on, and want to give me a perception check.
That's a 27 with a natural 20.
Goodness gracious. Same thing with the nice. You can hear different activities way in the distance. Whether sometimes it's maybe just night animals, but most of it comes across as maybe some sort of undead. It's kind of that feeling where you can understand why the people having to hear this all night. Constant nightmare that they live. However, you do notice that there is now this sparkling white radiating light coming that wasn't washes over you and just a element of calm and peace and hope, normal life. Kind of feel that thread being connected to Miara. It's similar to what you felt with Nikai as well, with her connection. Your watch goes by. Waking up Makai for the 4th. Last watch.
Yep.
Good luck. I don't wake up. I'm just kidding.
They've learned to put you 4th since it's hard to wake you up in the morning.
Yeah, put a cookie under her nose.
So hungry. Okay. Perception, right?
Yeah, were you guys doing anything else on your watches, or were you just kind of...
You can watch.
You guys can always stop me at any time if you want.
Ooh, 13.
13? Okay. You're kind of rubbing the sleepies out of your eyes and trying to...
Take off little horn cap.
Yep, you're still a little distracted, kind of waking up. You hear every so often just the rustle of trees, but your stillness. But in about an hour in, you hear footsteps right outside the door,
Oh, no.
walking into the brush.
Is there a way I can peek and be stealthy, or is it like
Yeah, if you want to, give me a stealth check.
have to be obvious? Okay.
Be honest, do whatever you want. It's D&D.
Wait, let me get. Okay, there we go. Well, it's better than my perception at least. 21.
21. Nice. Yeah, you're able to kind of go over and you feel like one of the boards about to give. You kind of give up on it and around, unable to make it to one of the front windows with, you know, some of the dirt. Give me a perception check.
Seven. That's 21 as well.
Your throat kind of clamps for a second as you get in the shadow of the darkness out here. You know exactly who that is. You've seen him in your dreams, you've hair and his body figure before, as it like the striking image of June standing outside in kind of the same garb that he was wearing on wedding day, but with this open wound where you struck him.
Okay, I'm gonna have to like double take on this. She's not gonna scream, but in the internal link, the little Fates chat, she's just gonna be like, can I wake you guys up really quick? I'm so sorry. She sounds really panicked.
I don't think woken up. Your back voice echoing back like a
No.
echo in your.
You're not invited to this chat.
Why should you come out?
We're
and
gonna
talk to
keep-
me?
No, you're not. You're dead. You're dead. You're not real. You're dead. I'm seeing things.
Right in front of you.
Is he right in front of me right now inside?
Walks over and hear the doorknob starting to turn.
I don't like this.
Door starts opening.
Alright, well now I'm gonna yell. Yeah, she's gonna yell for the others. Just say, guys!
Yell.
Yeah, like,
and
are
look
we
back
hearing this?
and it was empty. Walk then.
See.
Are you afraid of me?
Wait, so nobody else sees any? This is just me?
You look around, there's no one in there as you hear the footsteps back and right in front. Am I a monster?
You died? So you shouldn't...
Right here. Back.
This is some illusion.
And live together.
No. No. I'm sorry. You should not be here. I don't know if this is what kind of weird, strange magic or
Changed. Why are you denying me? Trying to
because
see him
it's-
getting like more and more upset, more and more angered.
what's the last thing that you remember?
Love me anymore. Love another. He begins to take out his katana.
Just calm down.
Strikes you through as
Uh,
the rest of you all wake up to Meikai screaming and yelling out to you all that she is fallen asleep and during her watch.
Oh,
One of you guys go
Whoops.
and aid her?
Yes,
no, we
I
just
will
let
go
her
over
scream.
Can I yell at her through my personal mind link?
Yeah, you guys have tried and she hasn't been responding. It's almost like she used to be talking.
No, I mean like my other mind link.
Same thing in this moment at least.
he has 2 lines. Oh.
But if you are all there trying to wake her, Meikai, that's when you wake up and they're in your face. You
God.
realized you had kind of fallen back asleep on a chair.
Are you okay?
Lots of mind games and tricks and yeah.
You fell asleep on your watch.
Yeah. I didn't mean to. I really didn't. I was doing a patrol, and then all of a sudden I had this dream of June, and it felt really real, and yeah. Sorry.
Are you okay?
I'm okay. I think so. Does it hurt where he stabbed?
I'm gonna check again, and for a moment you would kind of felt that adrenaline, but
Does it feel like she has a
Alright.
fever or anything?
just with a passive check, fine. You don't feel any longing effects from it, and HP's fine. You'll just had a little dream. Might have been for sure egged on from Rat. Sure.
Yeah. The second time I've seen him. I think it's just this whole place. So. I'm sorry I fell asleep. I'm sorry I woke everybody up.
Yeah, you're gonna be okay.
Yeah, I'll keep more awake. I'll walk around.
Alright.
Want to hang out by the crystal? Zachary helped me reignite it or get alive again a little.
Ooh.
Oh. That's awesome. Yeah, we can. Cool. Good job, Zachary. I'll go and sit by the crystal.
And you can kind of feel that overwashing of Lune and that kind of calming just help you wash. You feel that effectiveness. That kind of aid you a bit.
I don't know why, but I'm imagining Meikai sitting next to it and it's just like a battery being charged. Just...
Yeah.
yeah, just slowly.
Here's a cup of cocoa.
Oh, thank you.
Kara's kind of waking up and putting up some potatoes.
Okay. Go back to sleep.
Pretty much the end of her shift, yeah?
Well, I'm awake at this point in time.
Ah!
You guys do
Still
get your
doing my
long rest.
stretches.
Alright. I'm sorry.
Well as
I
Anais, your any sort of HP.
Oh, it's fixed?
Yay!
Yeah. I'm glad you reminded me because I definitely forgot I did that. I was sitting there going,
Yeah.
82 seems really low for me. Oh,
Yeah.
well, and I was just going to leave it.
Whatever.
So,
Why do I have only
it.
50 HP? That's weird.
Yeah, it's
No,
so,
you're
so
good.
strange.
I've been monitoring those mechanics for Hanasuka. I have a whole page for it.
Yeah.
Sorry, everybody.
It's
So-
okay.
Quick alarm. We were all up really fast.
Yeah.
So now you know if you yell, we get up.
That's true.
Well,
fact
technically, I
is-
yelled a few times, and
You didn't
you
yell
guys
out
didn't
loud.
wake up. Well, right, because I was sleeping, but I didn't realize I was sleeping.
So, I mean,
So-
you can't wake up if you're silent, though. That's odd.
It's
Did you
true.
think it was one of those things that was a dream, or was it one of those things where it's like the lady in our heads hanging out in the dream?
Maybe both?
One seems more like someone's actually hanging out in the dream, and one is just a dream.
Well,
So
I don't know. I don't know. Because he's like there and he's like real and he's like bringing up like legitimate things.
yeah. Just I remember when Carr was dead, he like talked to you in a dream.
Yeah, he did that
it's,
too.
It's like past people you were involved with talking to you in dreams.
It's a good thing I don't have a very long list of
Mm.
exes. I'd have a lot of
Yeah.
people to talk to.
True.
We can do another X tour. What a fun time.
It's quite fun.
It's like the Twilight realm of this world. It's fun.
Yeah, maybe I don't know. I tend to do like a little bit better when I like take, first or second watches because it's like my time. The moon is up, I'm up. More of a night owl, but I don't know. They just feel really real but they keep trying to tell him that he's dead, and then he got angry at me and stabbed me. But I'm not like hurt, so it's not real.
Right. Yeah.
But it's,
Okay.
I hate that like nightmares come with the chosen ability things. Do you think all the chosens dealt with this?
Maybe.
Unsure. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
Hey, but we're really good at dealing with them now.
People's defenses are often down when you're sleeping.
Well, yeah. I mean, you would know, Mr. Dreamwalker.
Well, I don't like going to other people's dreams.
But you have. You helped me that one time with Gar. Remember? You like came and rescued me?
It's true.
Yeah.
But someone had already like hijacked that, and I was just kind of interjecting with. I'm just saying you shouldn't be walking into people's dreams without permission.
Yeah, permit. Yeah, definitely.
That's true. You have permission.
Gotta knock first.
Yeah, you have permission. I'm just saying. In this case, I think it might be a good thing to like tap into. But maybe we can dream punch Kaori or something if she shows up in any of ours. None of you had any weird dreams, right? It was just me.
Nothing
That's
too
fine.
weird for me.
I don't think you guys could feel something attempting to get
Oh, right.
reach towards, but again, nothing like actually affecting you. But more so than just what you felt before, like with restlessness. This is it's been the same that anytime you've been here in Hanazuka, you felt that same. Trying to enter or fall into.
Yeah.
Well,
Zach, did you feel any like weird things when you were trying to connect? Like. Or seems like it worked, but.
Yeah, I mean, it took some work, but there's cracks, I guess, where stuff can get in. They're not big or anything, but
Good job.
I think
maybe we can make them wider.
that was my attempt last night.
I mean the crystal already feels better. So, I mean, and that was just you singularly doing that. So that's good.
Are we going to deal with stuff today?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we all feel ready?
I mean,
like to stop having nightmares, and
There's not much we have access to get them all ready.
yeah.
I mean, more
Okay.
like emotionally.
Oh,
I mean, I'm sure you and I are fun talking together.
So, you know, I could always give one of my speeches. He's going to start going into one of his 10-minute speeches.
Whips out a notebook.
You know, we can do this. We have to make sure we stick together. And we're going to have the help of the people we've met. We have the prisoners to deal with, and I think we're going to have them help with those prisoners. And I have faith in them being able to do this thing. 10 minutes. Gotta go through all that.
I feel like Isazaki kind of like roll her eyes a little bit of like hearing this for the third time of with Miyara bright-eyed. Like, wow.
And everybody gets 13 temp HP.
sweet.
Aw, yeah.
Kahu, your speeches always make me feel warm and fuzzy. They're so good.
I've been working on them. Put this notebook away.
Very inspiring.
Yeah, no, I'll be okay. I'll feel a lot better once the monarchy is taken down. And, you know, all of that. So,
Understandable. Are we ready?
yeah.
Yeah. Is there any other things you think we should do to like prep? Like I could do the whole spying on someone else again, but I also don't know how much you I want to do that, but or how much energy I should save for today. But it was a thought just in case anyone had anything there. Like I really want to know what this person's doing.
For clarifying sake as well, because we did speak about it a little bit offline. The small little change to how I'm rolling scrying is that still centered on whatever target you are. Still have that 10-foot radius, but can move that sensor anywhere in that 360 to try and get like other angles of push. I'm okay with that movement. But your vision's still on the target that you're on, so it's still using the peripherals to. But you have that 360 angle, which wouldn't have changed anything on that last. Anyway, but just going forward, please know that different.
Cool. And also, remind me, the plan, we're not using the scroll, and we're going to sneak in, right? The other way? And then use the nightingales as decoys?
I believe we were going into the front, and the nightingales
not
are
decoys.
going
Yeah, to take care
through the
of
catacombs to get the prisoners out.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure, because I just said discuss plans, and I didn't write any of the plans down. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, I mean, is there anything you guys want me to do, or should I just save it all for when we fight?
I mean, do you have anything that's more of a longer to cast prep type of capability, or?
Well, it's just the only thing I was thinking is if, we wanted to expend the energy, I could see if we can figure out what the king's doing, or that one lady that keeps being in our dreams. It's just a thought. But if it's better just to go in, I could see why that might be good too. I don't know her as well, so it might not even work.
We could try to find a place to hold up and check before we go in.
Yeah.
Potentially. Because I know, so I've seen her. I really haven't seen much of her, so it would definitely be harder. So there might be a chance this just is wasted energy. Because it was really easy for Zach's brother, because I met him and we had that thing of his.
Yeah.
Oh.
And we don't have our disguise things anymore, so I can't really turn into her.
Maybe we hold off for now.
Yeah.
I'm okay with saving it too. I just didn't know if we felt like it was worth the risk, I'd definitely be willing. But I mean, I say we can charge in and just get it done.
Just lightning bolt her instead.
that also works.
Yeah. Okay. I just had a lot of sleep fuzzy brain, so needed to be reminded. All right. Yeah,
Okay, nightmares
that's
can mess
fine.
you up.
it's true. True.
Zaki just
Okay.
kind of has her feet up and like sharpening a dagger. So, are you all saying you want to go all the way back? Get my people? Fine with that. We're here ready to fight, but keep on saying you're under attack.
You need to get your people and go to the catacombs and capture the prison and get the prisoners out.
Well, just saying. We're gonna have to go all the way back first. And go.
We-
Unless
You're
there's any way
going
to
to have
message them. Yes, I know. What I'm trying to tell you all is that the timings match up unless you wait for me.
Oh.
But if we can message them now, we'll be able to meet them. Okay, I can do that, unless someone else wants to. Oh wait, we're
Try
not.
doing-
We can't though, can we? It doesn't work.
Oh,
I don't
right.
know how your magic
Communication.
works.
Have we tried it since being inside the area? We know it doesn't get out of it.
Maybe
Yeah.
get really
Yes.
close to the crystal. Probably won't work.
It was attempted to try to
Yeah, like-
contact Miara, and it didn't work.
That's all I'm trying to say.
Can wait.
Good to know.
I'm fine with it.
So we're not doing today.
Hmm?
So we're not doing it today then.
Well, we can get as far as we can. If we
Wanna
start
go in
now.
alone? Probably not a good idea, but thanks.
We need the prisoners safe, otherwise they're gonna use them to.
You have them distracted. Have
True. Well, I think we need to get to move on. And then you just go as fast as you can.
They're gonna probably be a day behind.
I don't know.
I mean, what do you think, Zach? It's your family. We could try to do sending again. I mean, maybe it's more of a chance to see if it breaks through or not. I could try with my magic. It might be different.
I mean, I think that would be the only way it might is if you tried it.
Yeah.
Maybe try it from the crystal. By the crystal.
Yeah, just like put your hands on it and do your magic.
Am I allowed to touch it?
Sure.
Look at. I don't remember her name right now. I'm sorry. Mai something.
Yeah,
Miara, that's it, yeah. I look at Miara like,
Yeah,
am I allowed to
Miara.
touch it?
Sure, of course. It's not gonna guard you.
Okay. Well, I didn't know if it was like a sacred thing or something.
No.
Very offensive
Nothing like
if I touched it. Okay. So I'll go over. I'll turn to I'm so sorry. All the Hanasuka names are like very hard for me to keep track of for some reason.
Zaki.
Yeah, I turn to her and I just go, who do you want me to talk to? It has to be someone I've already talked to or seen.
Oh, you met Yokoi, the one with the owl mask.
Mm. Okay. And what do you want me to tell them exactly? Since you're the commander person.
They're the one making the plans. Whatever you want us to do, you tell me.
Well, where do you want to meet them? Because we're going to be in different places.
I'm asking.
No,
I charge my people, but I'm saying I can. It's you are the ones that make me plan this. Once I can have
No.
them meet sometime.
Yeah.
We need you guys to meet at the catacomb entrance and go in through there.
Yeah.
We are
Do
not
they
going to
know
be
where
there
that
with you
is?
when you go into the catacomb entrance. So you need to meet your group at the entrance
Right.
and push in.
Tell them that. So you can tell them there's that servant entrance out to Nimi. Hopefully we can find the catacombs. I haven't been there myself. Go through the
Okay.
servant's entrance in the back and our way there. Tell them I'll meet them there in Tanimi.
It's called Tanimi.
Yeah, on the map. Let me
Tanimi.
Yep.
Okay, so you'll meet them in Tanimi. And to bring,
Yes.
how much do you want them to bring? Everyone?
Everybody.
What do you want to do? Okay.
You two can protect your father, right?
What?
Oh.
I-
Well, Clara and Sasha are there. They'll protect them. I
Asking.
hope.
Unless you want me to keep back people, but you have a bunch of people here. Need all of us, right? Again,
Yeah.
you've proven yourselves more capable than me. Whatever you want us to do will be your choice.
So Makai and Zach, what do you want me to do with the others that are left there?
I was about to say, Zach, do you feel more comfortable if, like, one or two of their people also stay behind? That it's not just Clara and Sasha?
I mean, whoever they feel like they can take and do their job. My dad's not in a shape to fight.
Yeah, no.
Okay. So just bring everybody then, except for the three.
Yeah. Should be okay. Unless you have one with, like, a gimpy leg that, like, maybe can't walk as much and they can just hang out. What?
All of my men and women are capable. And be part of the Nightingales if they want. Maybe can shoot an arrow from the back.
Fair. Alright. Yeah, just not the outsiders, just the Nightingales.
Okay.
Well,
Okay. Yeah, so I will touch the crystal kind of timidly because it's just kind of like, oh,
just
different.
a little static energy.
Yeah.
More.
Socks. Yeah.
Forgot I had socks on.
And I will send a message to her guy, her person, and really focus in, like, asking Lotha to help me get this one through. And I will say, hi, it's Anais. Your commander says to meet her in Tanimi. Bring all the Nightingales. And get ready for a fight.
As lows.
Lows.
Only a D100.
Oh. I was about to say it only costed 20.
Huh?
Oh, make guy. What are you talking about? The 100 only goes to 20.
95. I really got high.
95.
Oh, wow.
All right, you said lows.
I said
though, right?
lows.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You try and project this message through, and that same thing happens. As it felt like a strong message going out. Feel this static resistance and echoing, and then it bounces back. Take 4 points.
I grit my teeth, I do it again.
Focus really hard on Lune. Please send.
Yeah.
You do feel like this connection crystal is making it potentially possible,
Mm-hmm.
giving you a chance to push through, but this storm is whatever's in.
I like beckon everybody to like come over, like put their hand on the crystal.
Yeah.
Trying to get more
They
people's
want.
help on it.
I
Yeah.
will follow suit.
Yes. Everybody touch the rock.
You guys can roll me affinity checks individually. See if it can help empower it.
Do you want me to do it or just them?
Which is
27.
16.
well.
Zachary, do you want to expend anything to aid?
Expend what?
Expend spell slot or an ability, something that you like a resource character if you would expend something to aid.
I'll do like an enhance ability on Anais to help her out.
Okay. As well as
I don't know. Lows, I guess.
those again.
Do it again.
Does enhance ability give me the ability to do it at advantage?
No, but it does greatly increase your chances.
Okay. Sounds good. $16. No, 6. Just kidding.
At a 6?
I read it wrong.
That's
Yeah, I
low.
read it wrong. Every time I get mixed up, and I'll always look at the one with the 2, and I think it's the small one, but it's not. It's the big one. So it's a 6.
DC was a 20 on this one. So you feel the message starting to through and starts feeling that echoing static for a second, but Zachary's energy aids in. Unfortunately, the others trying to help might aid in the same way, but it's okay. As you feel the message does push through with the aid, the connects. And you hear a garbled response of, oh, hello. That's new. Sure. Ready to fight. You there? And then you kind of hear like, all right, boys, and then it like cuts off as like it seems like they were not realizing.
Oh, that worked this time.
All right.
Thanks for the help,
Good.
guys.
Yeah.
You guys like a good day of time there, yeah.
Less
Okay.
time wasted, just the better.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
Isazaki,
Time to
you can
save
get
Zach's family.
you can get a move on.
You guys
Get
are
ourselves situated.
planning on meeting in the front, and waiting for them to get to Tanimi and Saki to meet up there to go in, right? Probably.
I would assume,
the
because
end of-
isn't it?
Probably at the end of today, or if you wanted to wait. But it does save you that extra time of having to have someone go all the way back to the night and then come back down the coast.
Right. That's in my head. It's a little bit of a struggle for the time difference thing.
That's why I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just making it simple for you guys. If you're trying to go in the front, but also time it where you're going into the capital at the same time that they're going in, as like a distraction. You could at the
It'd
earliest
be in the morning.
make it late tonight, like
okay.
midnight-ish, 11-ish, like a night raid. Want it to be first thing at dawn, they can prep, rest, and go first. But if you wish to push through and have it tonight, I'm happy to do it as well. That's kind of the
Isn't it
easiest thing.
Aren't the things stronger at night, or was that something else?
It does feel
Yeah,
like
there's
they have
things
told
come
you
out.
that, yeah, a lot more things out in the
Okay.
wild come out.
So I would assume we'd want to do it first
Do it
thing
in
in
the
the
dawn.
morning.
Yeah. Morning's probably better.
That's
Then-
okay with everybody.
Camp down, wait, go in.
Mhm.
Yes.
Right. Make it happen. Isazaki is going to go with you guys back. Iriana is. I can go and try and heal those that need it. Here, or if they're able to bring out the people in the catacombs.
I think this.
So it's long distance.
I think we make this the fallback place.
I mean, we could, yes, but I'm
Well,
just
wouldn't-
saying.
If Zach's family's hurting though, like maybe having a healer with like there would be smart, especially if we're not going to be there.
We could send her
Probably
with.
better for you to come with because you've already aligned with us and you'll be by yourself. This way you're with people.
Can you keep up with Isazaki the rest of the way?
I think I can. I can look back. You better.
Oops.
I can. Yes, I can. Grabs her bow, like a bow over the fire, and it looks awkward with it a little bit, but she kind of puts it on with other things. But then we'll make this work. Goes and prays to the crystal. Okay. Once before you guys want to head out, any other preparation? Kind of skip through the day if you wish as well, or I'll probably have you roll.
I'm going to
check.
ask Miara if she had any like diamonds or diamond dust or anything like that hidden away that she kept from the government people, the king and queen.
Go and look. I don't have anything, but maybe in Sora's. See if I can find anything. You kind of go to the back and kind of moves past like some boxes and work in the wall, and they have where like she had kept the journal out. Does find a small pouch. Brings to this is what all I found. It looks like some diamond dust. About 200 gold worth.
Perfect. Thank you.
A bit can help.
It will.
That's good.
Any other preparations for you?
Nope.
I don't think so.
Alright. Isazaki is heading out, and anyone wants to aid her or have her aid you in a survival roll?
Sure.
Survival.
22.
Nice. That's with advantage, right?
Yes.
Both of you guys are able to easily backtrack, avoid any of the issues of like kind of going through the swamps and stuff. You're able to kind of doesn't appear like any Hansi or anything, or okay.
Oh,
To
that's
make
good.
your way back to the main area, as he's able to point out a kind of safe place outside the front of the capital courtyard, kind of this abandoned farmhouse, as they're able to kind of stay in. As he looks to you all, and we'll head down to Tsnimiere and first thing at dawn. And yes.
Yeah.
You see
Sounds
kind of like
good.
that fire in her eyes of like, finally we're doing something about this. Good luck, King's boss, yes?
Yeah. We're gonna punch him in his stupid face.
Good. I wish I was there to see it. It departs with Miara as they'll continue to try and meet up with their people at kind of their hideout, safe house down. You guys are able to see, and as you've kind of seen the same things before, just people out walking and doing jobs as if they are robots.
Yeah.
barely alive, shuffling across. Just the light has faded out of their eye. Everything is just kind of the afternoon to wait. The anxiety starting to build up past having to wait that time. As above you now, closer as you are right there, green vortex just swirling in these. Swear every so often, like looking at shapes in the clouds. Swear you could hear something in the clouds of it. And I think that's why we'll take an early break and jump into the second half of the session as you guys go in, because I think that's a good kind of stopping point there. So we'll go ahead and take an early quick break, come back in about 5-10 minutes, and up the second half of our night. So go ahead, get up, go to the bathroom, grab some popcorn, do whatever you need to do, grab some well done steaks, and we'll be back after the break. Love you guys. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for being patient and went ahead and took an early break there. All my stuff resituated. Oop, things up. These. Okay, that should work. Awesome. As we jump back in, you guys are waiting now throughout the day outside the Capitol, in the Capitol courtyard. Why don't you all give me perception checks? As you know, the afternoon is starting to hit. People starting to head home a little bit from their jobs.
19.
23.
23.
18.
18.
Thanks.
got a 4.
I'm spending too much time focusing on how to get from the next point to the next point.
How has that gone from the one with the worst perception to the one with the highest today? Come on, guys.
Seriously.
I rolled low, so
What'd you get, Kahu? I'm sorry.
6.
6. Okay. Yeah, the rest of you all have, well, that's Kahu, have been able to watch everything going on here. But what you do notice is the lack of guards. Haven't seen any guards here at the front gate. The gate is still been left open. That seems a little odd, especially for you, Meikai. You know, at each gate and entrance, there's usually like a guard house.
mm-hmm.
Couple one post, and you haven't even seen any wagons kind of going in and out. Quiet front of it.
Unusual, but I mean, if everybody's like brain dead, I guess it makes sense. But we're talking in low tones, because we still
we're
don't want
talking
to draw
in our
attention to ourselves. Yeah,
Okay.
that's right. Yeah, we don't have to whisper in our heads.
Definitely
Isn't it
don't.
wonderful?
So we have to be quiet in our head.
Yeah. Hi, guys.
June's in here now, so
No.
we have to whisper.
I don't think that's how it works.
Also,
No, thank goodness.
that's 6. What'd you roll on the dice?
It was a natural one.
That was a natural
That's
one?
why I said I was too busy focusing on getting from the next point to the next point.
While you are all looking at this, and just reference, let me know if you guys get any natural ones on any rolls.
Hmm.
I need a d6. Kahu is. You guys don't notice at first Kahu kind of be distracted back.
Roll well, John.
So 5.
Everything's great.
The other 3, you start picking up on these ripples of emotions and bubbling over, radiating out. It's almost, it's hard to explain, but it's like you can feel it, like a wind or water hitting you, like a sense. I realize how crooked my glasses are, and I can't stop looking at it. Like that of OCD, no. The bubbling over of these as you turn around, and Kahu, you are incapacitated. You have been overwhelmed, and what is coming up and bubbling over of a nightmarish memory or sensation that's what would be bubbling up in Kahu?
Deep thought.
I have no idea. This is like on the spot, like,
Yeah.
hey, this is happening now. And I felt like Kahu's kind of already solidified all this issue, so.
True. Maybe you left the
That's
stove
why-
on at home.
Yeah, that's why I didn't
I
want to
guess
necessarily go
it's-
straight to her or anything. Like, it could be past trauma or past want to have to read. it's images you saw during war. Or, I mean, it could be other things. I'm just giving you a chance to.
I guess just like a field of death on the beach.
You guys don't see this, but you can just feel these emanating dread and grief. It lasts for about a minute. So Kahu, you feel yourself coming back to and able to slowly kind of, it's like that adrenaline that runs through you like fear at that moment, but overwhelming sense of, and you're able to paint it again and kind of re-still an emotional well within. But the rest of you, you could feel it like a receptor radiating out from him.
So sensing it.
Especially because of your connections together, where you could almost feel what he's going through.
Gonna like gently shake Kahu's shoulder.
Up until the minute's
Okay,
over,
now.
he wasn't able to respond. Like the mutterings of whatever you were reliving in the moment.
Kahu?
To break through it as it ends.
What?
Are you okay? You don't feel very good, like
No.
mentally?
And yes. Something felt wrong. Past memories trying to overwhelm me. Did. I think. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you were standing there for a little bit.
Yeah. Do we have to worry about that too now?
Apparently.
Guess that's kind of what June's been doing to me.
So it seems.
I don't know if I
You get
have
this taken
anything that
care
can
of.
help. Yeah.
Hmm.
I guess we know what the feeling is, so if it happens to any of us, maybe we can try to jolt the other one out of it a little sooner.
Yeah.
Would anyone be opposed to me, like, poking a little harder? You know,
You going to like do like a little
shaking
like
really hard?
zap?
I can
That's
take a hit if you need to give me a hit.
Yeah, that's, yeah. Okay.
Punch.
Okay.
You have permission to zap me. Nice.
Okay, I will.
I will.
Or anyone else. Anyone else that has it, we can feel it.
Yeah.
Can I
Yeah.
zap you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, Jack.
I guess.
Okay.
This experience happens to you guys in the afternoon as you're waiting, and you know it's gone. But you're hoping at this point is Zaki and them and getting close to meeting up, or at least close to getting into business.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are preparing yourself for rest, knowing that at dawn they'll make their move. Anything else you guys wish to do tonight?
Mm.
I'm going to cast at 4th level aid on myself, Anais, and Meikai.
Yes.
Sorry, Kahu, you're a tank.
Was
I'll
it
use
15?
You get 15 extra hit
Nice.
points. Your max goes up,
15.
and I'm going to extend it so it lasts 8 hours into the next day after our rest.
Perfect.
Okay, so that's stack on top of Kahu's, or that's gone.
Yes.
Kahu's
It's your max goes up. It's not temp HP. Your max
Oh, okay.
goes up by 15.
That's different.
And this
Yeah.
can
Oh,
be
okay.
replenished, the temp.
I never know how to enter it because
You do it in max
Click
HP.
Click on your HP. It should open up with a max amount of HP modifier. You can put 15 in there, and it bumps it up by 15.
Oh. I'm gonna forget about that and then just have 15 extra.
That's why I remind
So
you
much
every time.
health.
Why when I level you guys up, I have to double check every time and.
Now I'm
What's
at
going on?
126 plus 14 temp.
Wow.
You're welcome.
13 temp.
Thanks. 13. Plus 13. I can give everybody the little stones.
Are those?
Yeah, there's 4.
Those are
one.
once per day, right?
Those are once per day, yeah. So that's just a perpetual thing too.
Yeah.
It's like take your vitamins, kids.
We'll say basically you gave it to him this morning. You're gonna give it to him right before.
Yes. Yeah, that's the only thing I have.
If we have
Oh.
time in the morning, I'll give another speech.
You guys can prepare all that now too, like if you want to do the morning stuff and whatever you want for your preparations.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
Mhm.
Are you doing the same watch order?
No, I'm gonna go earlier in the evening.
No.
First or second, I'm okay with either of those, but
Going first.
I'll switch with Mekai and go last.
there you go. I can go first.
Nias, Zachary, and Kahu all give me wisdom saving throws. All of this. And again, let me know if any natural ones occur.
25.
Sure.
14, and I will favor by the gods this one. If I need to.
I feel like you need to.
Okay.
Feel right on the cusp.
15.
That brings it up
Did I do
to a
it?
21.
Alright. Anybody else? You guys already said, actually. You all passed over 15, right?
I was at 25.
I got a 21 with my favor by the gods.
Alright, as you guys all sleep. Anais, you can... Your sleep does come a bit restless as you kind of wake up every so often from dreams, but... You feel that claw at the back of your neck trying to get into the... I think it's nails into, but it's just able to fight it off, and every time you kind of wake up from... Feel it diverting into a nightmare, and then you're able to wake up and stop it. So Mekai, you can kind of see Anais like kind of tossing and turning, and Zachary started to for a bit, but there's a bit of a flat, like a glow from his staff. Backed out and calmed. Give me a perception check.
Okay. I will try very, very hard. That's a pretty good roll.
Yes.
It's pretty good. 18 plus 7.
Mekai, you could do better than that. You can roll a 19, huh?
20.
25.
Yeah, 25.
As you're looking and kind of watching out, again, there's no guards. Night watch. You do see glow of lantern light. The main building. Nowhere to be. It's the only
Okay.
lights on.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's actually very quiet here. Eerily quiet, even more so than last. And you're out of the woods and onto the kind of this cobblestone Japanese kind of esque wooden architecture here, and some built into this. You're actually very close to the main street that you were all brought out to Silvering. Beyond that light, nothing else occurs. Watch.
Okay.
You wake up. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Mekai, give me wisdom saving throw. Fall asleep.
Okay. I'll just tell Anais, hey, like, lanterns were lit, but, you know.
What?
Oh, there was lanterns that were lit up, but nothing, like, weird.
Point up and you can see
18.
The royal capital is lit up with lanterns. 18? This time, I fall asleep and The only thing that you even remember when you wake up in the morning. Faint. Leave me.
Oh.
Nice, give me a perception check.
I'll kind of pay attention to the capital and any activity too, if I can see that anything's going on. Nias, why did I give you so many points in perception when you roll under 10 every time?
You didn't used
That
to do
is-
this until you get to Hanazuka. I don't know what's happening.
You need to like put
No,
those
it's
dice.
been like this
It's always been like
for
this?
ages.
No,
I
you,
mean,
you always used to get like really high perception.
it was kind of after I did I think it was like after I hit level 9 or something.
Right, I
It's
gotcha.
been almost always below a
Right.
10 perception rolls, which is very silly. So that's a 19.
19? Yeah, same thing. It's just that lantern. It kind of flickers every so often and really quiet. No movement. Side. Even you look up and the fountain normally should be making that kind of constant water sound is run dry.
Okay.
Goes uneventful. Wake up, Kahu.
Mm-hmm.
Kahu, go ahead and give me a perception check.
25.
25. Nice. Yeah, you're able to like shake off just that fight or flight feeling, just that overwhelming of just unwanted memories and that wash over. But again, the same thing, you're able to look around and watch. I think it really takes your attention. You do, for a moment, see maybe a flicker of shadow over the lantern. Wake up, Zachary?
Yeah, wake up Zach.
Oh, Weirdo's about to. Oh, man. About to say, I was about to call him Zakar for a second. I haven't heard that one in a long time.
That's been a while.
Yeah, that's an old name. But Zachary,
Mhm.
get up and watch.
I'll use magical guidance to re-roll this one.
Wow. Is that
I
a
know,
1?
fancy. And that was an 8 on the die,
Okay.
and I brought up to 19 total.
Nice. Nice. Yeah, kind of the same thing. You can start hearing the morning sounds of like farmers, people that are like actual workers. But even the majority of the town hasn't come. As your watch does go quietly and still see the light on in the throne room as us peek over the mountains. Not even the sliver of daylight yet, still the mist. So, sorry. But the feeling of like when dawn would be, kind of that quiet. You know it's getting close to the time that you guys all agree.
All right. Make sure everyone gets up and doesn't sleep in today.
Not allowed.
You
I'm
guys don't know what
sleeping in.
time it is. This is your agreed upon dawn. Could be 8
Wake
p.m.
up.
You don't know it.
Gonna wake up and get some breakfast and share some encouraging words.
Perfect. You're inspiring.
Flip the
speech.
page on the notebook.
I rolled an 18. I'm awake pretty easily
I was
today.
working on this one last night while I was doing watch.
This one has a little bit more like a beat poet or beatboxing poet. I don't remember what you say. What is it called?
Beatnik?
No. What's the poetry that
Slam
has
poetry?
a little... Slam poetry? That's what I'm trying to say. This one is more like a slam
Curse.
poetry.
Chosen. Oh,
Me, water.
water.
And Nice has a little drum. She'll go boom boom. Like, in
Slippery
between us.
snake.
Even better, it's all just like, cause mental. So can you send like tunes through each other's heads in the group chat? Just everybody's like making it's like
Like everyone
acapella.
adds in their own little sound. You know, like everyone does that in a group where they just do their own.
Yeah.
So
You just
so
hear
what
it.
you're saying is if anybody saw this from the outside, it would just be dead silence with Kahu going.
We'd be like,
Or like.
Zach just leaves. It's that Discord disconnect sound.
Soon to be, join in. Take it away.
Oh my gosh.
I love it.
His faith in us is low. But he still thinks Kahu does well.
Yeah. Is it always 13?
Currently, yeah.
Or do you roll?
Nope, it's always my level plus my charisma modifier.
Oh, okay. Cool.
All right. Any other preparations?
I don't think so.
No,
You
Those
are-
are
wasn't
don't
it?
die beads.
Yep. Everybody take your pills.
Hey guys, spreads out her. What is that spell called? Why am I forgetting the name of the spell?
It's not spread the
Death
dying.
ward. It's
Death
death
ward.
ward.
Death ward.
Not spread the die.
Death ward. Spread the dying.
Spread the die.
Sounds like a necromantic spell. That would actually be really interesting.
Hey, what do you think?
Anyways.
About Hanazuka? Spread the dying.
Oh my gosh.
Sounds like a
Simple.
barbarian spell, honestly.
Just a simple dispel. That's all you guys had to do this whole life. What are you guys talking about? It's great. But with all of your kind of like watches and checks, you do all know. You look out. There is like a main pathway up. There is a north, or not north, but like there's a main entrance going up the center road straight to the. Also, two entrances east and west per square of this cap. Zoom in a little bit so you guys can. Let's see what I'm speaking of, but there's entrance here, would be here, and here. Where are you guys entering? If you're entering the front way, as you're hoping that Zaki and the Nightingales are heading in through their servants' quarters. Again, trying to find.
I guess I'm leading the way, huh?
I mean, you know best. We either
Yeah.
walk our way in through the front gate or we teleport in and say hello, but probably not that one.
I don't want brunch with them. Yeah, I'll lead the way.
Going in the front door? Or one of the sides?
I mean, we can break a window with like a rock or something.
I think we're just going the front door, right?
There's large walls before you get to any windows.
I know. I know.
Like I really just wants to throw a rock through the window.
Maybe it'll
I'm
get
mad.
clean on the way
Morning
out.
paper!
You want me to try to make a window?
No,
Oh yeah!
that's
Just coffee running through the wall.
Kool-Aid Man.
All right, so which
Anyways.
entrance of the courtyard are you guys entering?
Here,
Front one.
right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Before we
Yeah.
get there, though, I'm going to do detect magic with extended spell just to sense any magic that's within 60 feet of me. Or distance spell, that's the one. Just distance spell.
There is definitely you just pick up like this whole area is just magic. You're just in a magical place. It just picks up. I don't think it'd be necessarily a school, or I don't know what school it would be right off the bat, but you kind of already know either this place is cursed or you're in a different place or something. So that definitely picks up. But beyond that, nothing pings.
I'm
out
mainly
yet.
looking for traps and
Yeah.
anything as we're walking in, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, anything arcane up, and you guys even can look around without even a roll. Doors are unlocked. Any traps or sets aren't placed. Quiet. Are you guys trying to sneak, or are you just like kind of walking in at the moment?
I believe we're walking in because the whole point is to be a distraction, and if we're sneaking, we're not distracting.
I think being like maybe a little quiet. Not like, hello everyone.
Are we walking in normally, or are we
Walking in normally.
tiptoeing? So yeah, we're not sneaking.
Well, yeah, but we're also not like waving, you know,
Sure.
tooting
You're not,
horns
yeah,
and
you're not being rambunctious. You're just walking in. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, you guys head in through the front door, front gate, of waiting to be stopped. Seem to be anybody here. You look and can see in this courtyard that Mekai, you know, used to be favorite places. The tiles on the ground have been grown over with vines. River has been dried up and the mud and dirt covering over, and all of these buildings here seem to have been abandoned, but in disregard. Gatehouses, there seems to be no one in. You know, this would be kind of the higher nobility, or like, you know, those that served the king in a ambassador or some sort of official capacity. This is kind of like where they would be, or where they would house guests that would come to the palace often. Currently, there's no one that your attention. You continue to go through, and I'm assuming you're pushing forward towards the capital.
Yeah.
With your perception checks that you did, just this eerie. You're expecting someone. No one seems to greet you for you. However, as you come through the front gate and come up to the actual capital, you do see 2 guards standing up by the front. Mekai, you don't kind of notice their armor, but it seems changed. Used to be this red, purple rose, beautiful cape, that have a royal kind of guards suit with, you know, silver chainmail and armor set. But now it's kind of this darker black, and the rose is now blackened, almost like it's been charred over.
Mm-hmm.
You guys get closer. These guards don't move. Notice they've been speared into the wall. You look and see just an undead skeleton sitting, staring at you. Vines up their neck. Just lifeless eyes, blackened. I'll switch over the map here. What you're doing. As you come up to this front entrance. Look.
Oh boy.
As those 2 down there are the ones that are not moving.
Oh, there they are.
Yeah. This would be... Ooh, can't see that thing. This would be the main throne room that you can see lanterns on. Currently, you guys are here. Bless you. It's all the dust coming up from
I'm allergic to dead people.
the creature
Or
kind
you
of
break through walls.
the skeleton kind of crumbles a bit and the dust gets. And just a quick shout out, this map in particular, it's not me. This is the 2-minute tabletop maps that I bought when I was like, perfect.
Oh, nice.
So just a shout
really
out to
good.
that one. What? You walk in, Mekai or D. I know you of this area, and you were the ones that helped build Hanazuka. Is there anything you want to explain or kind of describe about this place? Or at least how you remember it to be?
Really, really grand and extravagant. So think of a lot of like the castles and stuff. Japanese, obviously. Chinese, the imperial palaces being huge and, you know, very grand. would have been lush and gardeny and lots of pretty plants and sakura trees and wisteria. Lots of gilded frames, lots of different interesting architecture, use of shapes and wood, bamboo materials. Yeah, I could probably go on for a while. I've thought about this for like 2.5 years. But I won't.
And that's the weird part, is you guys are now tacking on Peyton size here. I'll move you guys there. That way you can move around if you wish. But as you're looking at this, it's odd, as you remember this all exactly like you said, just luscious and beautiful with cherry blossoms, rivers that go through it all, and ornate builds. Everything is just quiet, deadened, and muted. The gardens have gone dead. Vines have come up the sides, and everything is just quiet and eerie as this wind is blowing through, and just a ghost town. Which way do you wish to go? You can go straight through into this courtyard, if you're heading straight to the throne room, or if you wish to explore any of these buildings. But right now you are in this entranceway where normally it'd be greeted, and there would be like a welcoming party ceremony, and you have hallways on your left and right, or straight through.
Okay, I'm gonna let everybody mentally know. We can take a maze-like long way, or we can just go as the crow flies is an expression.
Is there anything worth looking for in the maze?
I don't know if there's gonna be like drop loot or anything. I don't think so.
Probably been picked clean for how long they've been here.
Drop loot, random RNG. Can we save now and I just reload until I see if I get something good?
It's a diamond! No, I feel like we'll just... There's no point. I mean, might run into more dead bodies or reanimated workers or something, so... I think we're just going straight in. I mean, why not? We're already here,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
I'd say yes. Just for trying to time everything right.
Yeah.
You're heading them straight through?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll keep...
Everyone kind of keeping an eye out as you're heading straight through. Give me for a second. Looking around for any movement, any fight. You all definitely feel this sense in the back of your necks that you're touched. More so now than before, but natural one.
Yeah.
Roll d6. Start
19.
taking the first step.
It's just gonna explode. Like, step.
You know, we
She's
just
like,
talked
I've been here
about,
before.
make kind of backup character for the game, so.
Whoops. Good thing I took my spread death ward or whatever it's called.
What? So 19. What did the rest of you guys get?
Oh.
I have a 9.
18.
And you said you got a 2 on the d6.
Yeah.
Make how you take one step in and you're just overwhelmed with this fear of just flashbacks that you have of that day. And the celebrations of the bells ringing and everyone dressed up in their gear for your wedding day. And you can remember right where you stepped is where they condemned you. Feel that fear overwhelming and you're frozen there. Like Kahu was for a minute.
I
You
turn and
just can't
slap
go
her in the
forward.
face.
What's your unarmed damage?
Oh, no. I can take it. You gave me temp HP.
Yeah, she has temp HP. She'll live.
Is it as good as my backhand?
8.
Take 8 damage.
Ouch.
You're not scared of him, but it takes the rest of the minute to break you of this fear. But you are able to get back, and then it breaks, and then realize he smacked you. That is true. That is a slap that would have killed any regular combat.
Amazing shark. Oh my gosh.
They have 7 HP.
I turn
Quick,
to
everybody.
Anais and think, don't shock me. It did not.
No? Okay.
Yeah, for that whole minute,
Noted.
Meikai, you were kind of like stumbling for a second, or like shuffling your feet. You could move anywhere, but you couldn't move any closer to the throne.
Yeah.
It appears that doesn't work as well as we hoped.
No. Ow.
All right.
Yes. I guess.
Great
You
idea.
did a pretty good job. You actually like naturally rolled your chin there when I went to swing, so good job.
She's always expecting something, I guess.
I guess.
In this
That's-
place. That took me off guard. Anyways, I'm fine. I'm fine. We're okay. Keep breathing.
When you catch your breath, what you notice that when you look up, there's a dark figure sitting at the end of a table in the room, and that's what while the rest of you can see actual guards, 2 in the front, 3 on each side, standing there at guard, and a dark, shadowy figure, large in bulk, hair and a crown, so it's hard to see the face from the car on the outside. Getting at
Take out my chakram.
these guards, they're just standing at post with the green eyes staring you back. They're clearly undead.
Wait, we're still back at the gates?
No, you guys made your way like up here.
Oh, okay.
I was assuming
Sorry.
came up to the
Yeah, that's sorry. That's what I was wondering. Okay.
you guys do.
Just this stare off, apparently.
Are you gonna say anything? I say it in my mind.
I don't know what to say. We're gonna kick your butts. Meikai's just gonna take another step forward. She's being sassy to keep the fears away again.
Guys, I went to go see this really cool Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon movie, and they just like talked in their mind the whole time. They never talked to each other.
We
It was,
didn't
like,
know
a
the
stare
dialogue
off
at
for like
all.
5 minutes. It was wild.
I'll take a couple paces forward again.
Okay.
Um,
Now up on the steps, climbing up. It's still like hard to see inside. As like there are some torches in there, but the shadows being overlaid on this person, and it's hard to see until you kind of step in more. But they're just sitting there.
but
Guards standing there, and they're just as if they don't even notice you. They're on either side of you, but still staring straight.
are they pinned to the walls at all, too?
These seem like
Okay.
standing, actual, like holding us.
At the ready? Yeah. Okay. And it looks like it's like a dining table kind of thing, you said?
Yeah, it's kind of like a large throne room. And think very much kind of like Japanese style, where it's like the wooden slats on the side.
Yeah.
Maybe there would normally have been some plants. All kind of like, on the back end there is a table where most people would sit and sit with. Then King would sit up on a stepped up throne room, and it's like red with lions on.
Yeah. Okay. But they obviously have like the crown and build.
Definitely reminds you of the king.
Yeah.
Not saying.
I
it's
think she'll-
right.
Huh?
Can we get some light in here?
Don't have a light.
I'll light my staff up more.
And you're still on the steps, kind of coming up as you light the staff up, it illuminates through. That is when you see the king, King Taizo, sitting at the edge of kind of on the throne room at the edge of the table. Undead. Not undead, but dead. Sorry. He is a withered skeleton, crown off to a hilt. You see him stuck to the chair, and let me make this a little bigger. See. A dagger stuck through his heart, piercing through the chair behind him as he's sitting there like this. And he was quill in hand and a scroll before him about to sign. He is just a withered skeleton of a man.
Shall we go look?
Interesting. Yeah. AK's gonna go up and
I can't make it small again.
closer inspect. Oh no, he's just a
He's
giant.
just a giant.
There we go.
That's fine.
Just a giant.
Can't get to it. Okay. So he is sitting here at the edge. Let me grab your tokens for it.
I think he's already
Oh, they're there?
gone.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Oh,
Other
they're
than...
big again.
Yay! Stomp on the table.
Killing me. I'm doing them all at the same time. Should I just leave yours large? Alright. You guys can place your characters wherever you'd be.
Boop.
This is where you can see now you can see 4 guards on each side. The 2 in the front side. Now, as you walk in, all of you walk in, the 2 in the front, they all turn.
I wasn't expecting him to be dead already.
Expecting him to be the one doing this all, huh?
You were
When
expecting me to?
No, were you expecting him to be the one doing it all?
Yeah.
The one thing that you did notice when you're walking in, I forgot to mention, that above the throne room, this main Capitol building, that is where the vortex of this green energy comes through. You can see it right above the king where he's at this like center point above him on the ceiling. But
Interesting.
it's like this green light that's hitting up these like decorations and runes on the different beams, like heading down.
What was he signing?
Give me an investigation check.
Oh boy.
And as she's looking at that, I want to look and try to figure out what's happening with the green stuff.
Sure, give me an Arcana check.
I help him.
Dirty 20.
I got a 25.
Nice.
Ooh.
30/20 as you start looking over this. This is proclamation of fealty. Hanazuka to gain over its submission, protectorship. Varus the Inquisitor at his own.
Ooh.
Basically describing that Hanazuka will no longer be fielded under New Organia as cries of incompetence to her mental state. What you also notice with a dirty 20 is signed witness in the scroll, the seal of wax that was given. Curious.
Uh-oh.
Start wondering, maybe the king was not in New Organia too. Game during sessions.
Uh-oh. I'm gonna point that out to everybody. So I think Ascarius is, not a good person. He was going to sign
Why-
this
why?
over.
Remember.
He's
Like,
co-signing.
sure, look at the vortex, like off in the corner.
The Varys? It's not Varys. There's so many V names. Varys, I guess, was going to take Hanasuka for himself, and Ascarius was a witness. Signatures
Seems
right
more
there.
like the king was going to pledge fealty to him. Like that Hanasuka would serve under the, like, not necessarily like direct leadership, but like the king would then recognize Varys if ordered.
Recognize
it wasn't
Varys as the
signed.
queen of New Organia.
It's not signed though, right?
Correct.
Or is it signed?
It is not signed. It looked like
Okay.
he was getting ready to sign it when he got stabbed.
And what about the queen? Sorry, there was a lot of info. So what about the queen?
He was just clarifying basically the idea that instead of looking to Queen Alana as kind of like the overall leader,
Oh,
that could,
her.
like, pull
Yeah,
the-
then it's
the team
Varys.
together, it'd be Varys.
Okay.
But they're kind of
I wasn't sure if it was talking about the wife, like the
No.
one, the person.
Yeah,
who
the
fights
evil
all the
one.
time.
Queen Alana,
Okay.
which, and you
Okay.
look at you can look at the kind of date when this is written. She hadn't been ascended to queen, like in preparations of it, but calling upon her mental state of not being capable of leading.
Okay.
As you're doing this, about the same time, you guys are kind of overlooking these runes that are glowing and pulsating with the same energy of that vortex. Seems like energy is definitely being sent downward. What you can pick up is both of you can sense the corruption. You recognize this same energy from many of the battles you've had with Bardicdice, mind control of the elves that you've overcome, same sort of power that kind of seems to hunger this storm, this source of energy that seems to be a part of anything evil and hatred in this. It is similar, though. This seems called upon. And Zach, you kind of look back at the dagger and the placement of the vortex, and what you can pick up from the runes is there's something life-draining about this. Like a life transference sort of thing. You know there's other spells similar. I'm not sure where it's trying to go to, but used with corruption and at this level seems odd. Like it would have to take an extreme act of to call upon this. About the time that you all hear kind of echoing from a back hallway. There's two back hallways here as well. Kind of claps as you see walking in your dear old friend, though now adorned in a much more queenly state, Aori, kind of green robed and adored with the queen shipped armor, as you wish, and I'll try and make this bigger as well so people can see this. Thank you, Deely, for making this artwork.
I drew that.
She drew this. You can
Wait.
just see gaunt eyes under hers. She's beautiful, though. There's
Sorry.
this kind of sickeningly smile.
No one is.
About time you all came and said. Told you that the king and I harm you if you came in.
Yeah, because one of you is dead right now.
Well, he was about to hand over Hanasuka to someone that fearful. As you know, we don't bend the knee. Do we, darling? And that is when you see, straight from your dreams,
Oh no.
a much living, though living is an interesting word. I think I forgot to change it. Sorry. Still have the old art form.
Oh yeah, I was like, I drew that
Sorry,
too. No,
I'll
I didn't.
chill out. I might be able to load it up here. I'll load it up later.
It's okay,
but
we'll kill him
I'll
and you don't have to worry
you
about
can post
It's
it in the
fine.
Discord. But a very like
I want to see.
gaunt-faced and almost skeletal version of June, but with red eyes, and you can see the tiefling horns out and hair streaked white. Well, I am king now, so she's not wrong. Welcome to Hanasuka, my dear. As they both stand before you, above on the on either side of kind of the throne. Resize these.
Makai, I say in your head, is this the guy?
Yeah, she's gonna. I mean, she's kind of in a shocked state for a bit. Goes pale. Yeah.
That got your tongue, Makai. And you even brought a friend with you, and her eyes kind of go over to Zachary. Good.
You're not going to harm anyone else.
Fine. You're in our domain now. Think you can harm us here? As you know,
Yeah.
the king always provides. Kind of see the flash of a head, eyes. There's. What are y'all's passives and insights?
Not.
18.
12.
7.
Oh! 17! Good job,
Okay.
Makai.
So the three of you look over at June, and when he looks over at Zachary, there's this like licks his lips a little bit.
Ew.
Ready to join the rest of your family?
Yes, I turn big.
They've served Hanasuka well. So will you all, if you wish. You don't have to make this difficult. Kai, you've returned. You promised to give an heir to the king. Do so and I won't harm your friends. You could be here safe from the threat that's to his Organia. I am creating a peaceful land, safe from Varys and his abominations. Those that live here live without worry. Live on forever with. Or he kind of comes over to his waist and kind of puts her hand around it. Kind of still has that like disdain of like looking at you, Makai, of
Yeah.
not really wanting. You could tell she doesn't really want you here. So the
Yeah.
king.
That was a life that I left.
Why'd you come back?
To dethrone.
Or to
Is
die?
it technically dethroning when you're the one who's actually in charge? Yeah. It is a dethroning when you're the one who should be in charge, my guy.
Things ever
The one who
final.
banished you is gone. The silver hair is no longer there.
I'm sorry, I don't even know your name, big man, but if you won't find any official records of their marriage,
I
there's
don't
no
see any of
right.
yours either. Married to a dead man.
Kind of like snaps her finger, and there's like a scroll that appears. Oh, I have the records right here if you wish to view them. Which is strange to make. You
Congratulations.
don't remember her having magic.
Yeah. I'm gonna echo that in the little group chat really quick. Careful. She didn't have this powers before. Yes.
Just as this whole conversation's going on, can I still like continue to be looking at the runes and see if there's a way that like it can get disrupted like easily, or is that something that is going to take like a lot of time? You know, is it kind of as simple as like slashing through some runes and like disrupting something or a spell?
With your checks, you know this is beyond just like a normal ritual spell. Something has cemented this, and something has to be. It doesn't feel like it would be like a simple destruction of these. These just seem to be
okay.
This doesn't seem to be the source of what happened. This seems to be the byproduct of it. Oh, and
Okay.
you still have detect magic on, don't you?
It's up 10 minutes, so whatever distance we get in 10
Sure.
minutes.
I'll say when you at least came in here, this would have been the dagger that's holding the definitely pinging with magic, necromantic.
Okay. I'll take a stance, though. Well, I didn't mean to kill you the first time.
Want a rematch, make I?
She'll put her
Takes out her katana.
chakrams together. Yeah. She's gonna put her chakram together and make her katana.
Yours kind of shows in gold, like white radiant light, kind of creating the katana. Kind of standing there. Her eyes are just like lit with excitement for a chance for a rematch. Kind of stands before you, and the king looks past, takes out this large broadsword. Zachary and Ahu. Gonna have to be bloodshed. Let's kneel.
I'm not kneeling.
Aori jumps forward to begin attacking. Everyone roll initiative then.
Initiative!
Wow, y'all got through the monologue? That's wild.
I know.
We had to be polite.
I like how the table got its turn. Amazing. Oh, did I do that?
I'm thinking of the Be Our Guest song when all the furniture comes alive. Oh my gosh.
You guys want the knights to all go on one turn, and then the other two have separate turns?
I think that's what we agreed to last time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because there's a lot. I mean, if there's like 2 of them, then but there's a bunch, so.
I want to give you guys the offer. Right.
What's that?
So, my encounter builder here.
Dun, dun, dun.
Where are the stats for the king and the queen? Yeah, but I've had that scroll in mind ever since your session 0, and I was like, man, 80 episodes later, I'm excited for that.
Here it is.
Here you go.
Ah.
So, I thought I'd switched out the token. I guess I had it. My bad. If
Oh,
you want
you're
to
good.
post in the Discord, you can.
Yeah, I have to find where that is.
Ooh, dang. Rolling like Mark tonight. Wow.
Whoa!
It's just initiative. It's okay, guys. Yahoo.
6.
Oof. Nice.
13?
And
I mean, it's not that big of a new. If you rolled high enough on all your things, that I had a high chance of being underneath anyway.
that's
so.
fair.
Sure.
Zachary,
Oh, I found him.
I got 20.
ready for action. Make eye.
23.
Look at you. Okay.
High initiative.
All right. Let me go ahead and switch this music over. FU battles. 18-sided battle. All right. So, Kaori jumps forward with this sickly green and gold katana that seems to have been created out of this fashion, and the green begins to glow on her blade as she starts running, and it scrapes across the floor, kind of creating sparks up towards you. It is your turn.
Okay. I am going to. I was gonna say backhand. No, that's not yet.
Let me go to battle cam. Sorry.
How much? Well, I was trying to add the katana, which is a long sword stats, right, into my
D8.
sheet, but it's a D8. Okay, because I need to add that, but I think I need to go into my character sheet and add that in the equipment. I thought there was a quicker way of adding it. Okay.
Oh, right.
Actually, okay, but it's still a D4. Well, the dagger's also a D8.
Yeah, it's
So
Everything's your monk
Everything's
weapon.
a D8.
Your monk
Oh,
die.
okay. That's right. That's right. Okay, cool. I don't have to think about that. Okay, cool.
Yeah, you are
there's
using stuff in both hands, right? Not two-handed.
I have one. It's a one-handed weapon. It's not a two-handed sword.
Does your Kensai thing mean say you have to like have something get that back?
For
She has
one
to
that
attack
boosts
an
the
unarmed
AC.
strike.
I have to attack, and then I can do an unarmed strike
Okay.
if I want to backhand. But I have to have used a monk weapon
Gotcha.
before.
Okay. Yeah.
Whether
so
that's a bow
if you're
or
using both
or
hands, then
anything.
it's a D10.
Okay. Yeah. So I think in this case, she will hold it with two hands initially as she's going and running and jumping at her.
Sure.
So that is
Kind of the blast of ki and your symbol appearing as your katana begins to glow white as well as you kind of launch forward.
23.
23 to hit?
Yeah.
It does not hit. No, I'm just kidding. It definitely hits.
I mean, I don't know. It could be like a 25 AC. I don't know what you did. Okay. Ooh.
I'm assuming you moved within attacking range.
Yeah, sorry. There's so many tabs.
Okay.
Okay, plus I still get the 1d6 radiant, which that's not very much. Do you need us to separate out radiant damage from normal
Help
at
if
all?
I didn't just exit out of my encounter. Hold on. Hold, please.
All right.
Trying to switch back to it and just went exit. Own room. I don't think so for this one, but no, you're good. All together.
Okay. So that's 15 for that strike.
Okay.
Total.
So for the agile parry, so you're as part of your attack action. So if you want the first one to be katana, the second one would have to be unarmed to get plus 2. Let me know. So if you make an unarmed strike as part of the attack action on your turn, you're holding a Kensai weapon, you gain a plus 2 bonus to 8. But you don't have to do it. You just won't put the plus 2 on those turns if you use both attacks.
Oh. Even if it's... Okay.
So you have to do, within your attack action, an unarmed strike is one of those two attacks.
You
Oh,
can do your
right.
backhand then,
Yeah.
and that's fine.
Yeah.
Just making sure you know the difference in the dies.
Right.
So you
Does
get a
the
D10
flurry-
and then a D8.
Because I don't think
Well,
it mattered
right,
at
so
D8s because they were all D8s, so it didn't matter about it. But if you're using a D10,
Oh, that's true. But if I choose to do flurry of blows, then I can make 2 unarmed strikes as a bonus, which is different.
That's just different.
Then...
You can do that at any time as a bonus action,
Okay.
regardless of that.
Cool. Okay. So I'll hit again. So now it needs to be going from a 2-handed to a 1-handed? So this is weird. This is why I never changed my weapon beforehand.
Well, as a monk, yeah. I mean, I'm thinking you can hit like this and then punch or backhand or like, you know what I mean, or kick. Like, you as a monk are able to.
Yeah. Okay. 21.
21 hits.
Yeah.
Also, don't want to slow down battle too much.
Yeah. And that's 15 as well.
Nice, good job. So,
And I'll do my backhands.
close these out to make it better. Alright, so that was katana unarmed, both for 15, correct?
Yeah, both for 15.
Okay. Then you said you're doing flurry blows?
Yes.
Alright, go for it.
That's a 22 to hit on that one.
Oof.
I'm Angie.
Angie girl.
So that first one's 11 points more.
Nice.
Big backhands. Does a 19 hit?
15 hits. Corner echoes with the backhand offer cheek.
And, ooh, that's max. 12.
Oh, nice. After these flurry and rushes of attacks, your chosen symbol's glowing. You hear the rattle of her kind of crown, kind of going, hitting the ground. Turns back up. The hits where you've hit her, and you're expecting crimson blood, you just see this eerie green deadened skin. Looks at you, fight. All right. That is going to be your turn, right?
Yep. Just looking super angry and very focused.
These check. Okay. This night, as the battle begins, the knights then kind of go into motion. As the king, you see like his red eyes flare up a bit. Here. .30 as it jumps on top of the there. 30 there. $25, 30 here. All right. So Maykai and Zach, or Anais and Zach, you both have 2 on you. Actually, they would be next to each other.
The ones on the table
Hmm?
dash to get to me.
5, 10, 15, 30? No.
Would that not have been difficult terrain to step up onto the table? Or is that just a flat move through?
I'll give them rolls. Both have pretty high athletics. Yeah, they both rolled pretty high on, because they just kind of jump up and easily are able to make that that jump up. All right, they go to you. A nice 6 attacks on you from each one.
Okay.
Gonna be jeez. 2 19s and a. So does 18 hit?
18? Yeah, that's my armor class.
All right, so all 3 of first ones hit.
Well, you said 13 for one, didn't you?
No,
That
it
one
was,
doesn't
it
hit.
was 18 was that one.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, I rolled 3 19s and then 16. 20. So 5 of those hits hit you. Roll that damage real quick. Nice. Take 35 points of slashing as all of them just start slashing out at you with all of them. Considered calming down. No, Shark, you don't realize how how much these Fates babies have been able to take from me.
It's
They're fine. They're fine. But yeah, that's yours. Zachary, going to be 18 on that one. I'm guessing that hits, right? What was your AC again? I think it's lower.
16.
16, okay. I think this one hits. 14. Miss. Natural 20. Will hit. And on the fifth one's a natural 20.
Can I silvery barbs that one?
Sure. That is going to be 15.
That misses then.
That misses then. And the sixth one will be 21.
Yeah.
Okay, so 2 hits. Low rolls there. 5 plus. So 16 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
Now Kahu. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. So, Kahu, you're gonna get 12 attacks coming at you on this one.
Yep. Pretty sure they're all at advantage too.
Not well. Yeah, technically, actually. I don't know. Still think the first one misses though. 16.
It's a miss.
Oh, of course. I don't know how these are missing with advantage now, and the other ones weren't. This one, the third one hits with a 29.
Yep.
Another 29, so that's 2 and 6. Misses. 7. Would be a 22.
That hits.
19.
It's a miss.
And last one. That's a natural 20 on that one. Do you guys want to do anything to that?
Nope.
That's, I think it's 4 hits if I'm counting correctly. The last one being natural 20.
Yep. I think. I mean, you rolled a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. I'll go with 4. 6. $35 points of damage in those attacks. Sorry. 35 plus other 15. Plus another 15 from that. I didn't add that in. All right. Yeah, those are the knights as they took their turn. Zachary.
Do these things look like the things that I was able to blind with my staff? Or they look more like the things that I wasn't able to blind with my staff?
This is something different, but you do see like eyeballs moving in their head. So
Okay.
you assume
I will
there's a good chance.
take a shot at that then, and I'm going to attempt to blind the ones that are by me.
Awesome.
And Ananias.
Go for it. That's a
Con
Constitution
save.
save.
Yep.
So I'll do top, going around. So 15,
Fail.
23, so the second one on Ananias succeeds.
Okay, succeed.
22, the one of you on the left. 20 on the one on the right.
20 failed.
20 failed.
So
good.
Great.
I think it's these two failed. And you can't.
Okay.
What's your radius? 30 feet?
It's 20 feet.
20 feet, okay.
I will then cast 4th level spiritual weapon,
There we go.
and I will put that. I'll put it by the one that is not blinded.
On you or on Ananias?
I'll do it on me for now.
Okay, cool.
I will attack that one.
Alright, go for it.
That's 24 to hit.
24 hits.
$16 force damage.
16.
Yep.
Okay. Anything else?
I think that's all I'll do this turn.
Man. Without Rachel, I didn't catch it.
What?
I didn't catch when you were posting, so I was just letting you know.
Oh. Yeah.
I've been trying
That's
to catch,
hard, by
I've
the
been
way.
trying to catch it all night, but I think you got me during combat. Anything else? Alright, Zach, you said that was it? Perfect.
Yep.
Alright, it is now Kaori's turn as she's seething looking at you. You shouldn't have come back, but I'll finish the job now. As she's going to cast.
Does she get disadvantage with magic being cast right in my face?
No.
If it's a ranged spell. Otherwise, no.
I don't remember the radius. As
So
she.
she's casting you a spell, you say?
Actually, it would. It's actually a spell.
Mark.
You're saying she's
it would be.
casting a spell?
Yeah,
What
it
did
would
she
be a spell
say?
if you're doing anything.
Okay. How far away am I?
Close
Grabs.
enough.
She grabs like a bracelet on her wrist.
Yeah, I'll distance counterspell that. 3rd level.
Yay!
I need you to roll as June looks over and points at you.
Oh.
Does
Does
he
he
have
have
distance
distance
though?
now? Does he have distance?
Oh, actually, yeah, you're right. Well, he does
Yeah.
not, so he wouldn't
The
have
beauty.
room, would he?
Yep.
Yeah,
That's
so
why I like
that's out of
distance
range.
spell.
He looks forward and just and kind of smirks a little bit as he doesn't cast anything. You start seeing the shadows rolling out around Kaori, and then they get sucked right back in her bracelet as she's marking it herself.
All right.
Be a tasty snack soon enough.
Zach's like, I am a snack.
He's an angel cake.
So stupid. I love that. That was beautiful.
The teleport. Teleport over here. Look at you. And just kind of like beckon you forward, Makai. All right.
Mikai's she's gonna yell, "Coward!"
Just kind of laughs with that. Right. Going to just walk slowly towards Ahu a bit, and then you look like a good one that could serve us. Join us. And he'll whisper a spell towards him of
Oh,
trying to remember this. That is a wisdom saving throw.
That is a 27.
It's actually
No.
yay, Kai.
on both of you. And Kai as well.
Oh,
7 for you.
Yep.
no. Oh, I was like, I didn't get a 27. A wisdom save? 21?
21. As you both save as well, you can kind of feel the whispers and kind of shudderings around you happening. As you both are able to break free from that. I'll be here. And nice.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at all the ensuing chaos. I look down at my weapon. It's a hitty one right now. What I call it.
Glaive.
Hammer,
Glaive.
glaive. What are we going with this?
Glaive. It's glaive right now. Well, yeah,
Nice.
it's not a bow.
I like it,
And
I like it.
yeah, I look down and I just kind of like think about Lotha, and then all of a sudden it gets extra like lightning-y as I cast Holy Weapon on it.
Yeah, nice.
So basically the weapon emits a bright light in a 30-foot radius and a dim light for an additional 30 feet, and I deal 2d8 extra damage radiant on it.
Nice.
And at one point I can dismiss a spell and something else happens, but for now we're good.
Cool.
So, I get 3 attacks on my first turn as a Gloomstalker. So I will just start hitting one of them in front of me.
Go for it. Are you doing the blinded one?
Yes, advantage.
Yep.
I'm assuming. Okay.
Crack down with your lightning glaive.
Yeah. 24
4 hits.
for the first attack. Do you want me to roll all of them at once, the
You
attacks
can
first
just-
and then damage?
That's up to you.
Or what do you want to do?
That's up to you.
Okay.
There's you don't have to separate anything.
Okay. Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. Maybe I'll just roll all of them really fast then. Second attack is a 16.
It misses as you kind of hit its
Okay.
armor, glances off.
Third attack is 18.
It looked like it was gonna hit, but he reaches up and parries. Oh, so that one misses.
Dang it. I rolled really bad. Well, I got this one at least.
There you go. Oh. Can you take reactions when you're blinded? Double check.
Does it require sight for the thing? Because you can like do an attack opportunity still.
I can't see and automatically fails any ability check that requires sight. Attack rolls against a creature have advantage. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't say anything about they'll be able to do this as a reaction. Nope, just kidding. They can't. They must see the attacker. Okay. Yeah,
so that's
that actually hits. The last one.
21 damage.
So did you add the last hit as well?
Oh, wait, so I get 2?
You get 2 hits.
Oh, sorry. I was too busy doing math.
You're
I
fine.
thought it was just to see if the first one hit.
No,
is
no,
what
the
I thought
last
you were
one
talking
hits.
about. Okay, so that one is 21. Let me roll again.
Nice.
Uh, 24 for the second one.
Oof, nasty.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just laying this thing. Lightning's
up to-
exploding everywhere.
Goes up to try and parry and just like break straight through and just kind of cut through the armor there. Yeah, a good chunk of his like shoulder like hanging off loose. It's this undead skeleton. All right, good turn. Anything else?
No.
And Kahu. You're just surrounded as they're able to keep yourself, stopping most of the blows hitting you.
I'm going to use a bonus action for my Hill Rune.
Okay.
And then I'm going to move 15, 20, 25, 30 to there.
And take their opportunity attacks.
Yep.
That's 4 of them, if I'm correct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Be a 16, so I think that misses.
Yep.
13. Oh, these are advantage as well.
Are all of them at advantage?
Pack tactic. No, they're not within 5 feet, so just kidding. So 20 on the third one.
That's a miss.
Miss. Oof, nice. Natural one. Yeah, none of them hit. Apparently, because the DM can't roll. They
All right.
last 10.
I'm going to attempt to grapple Junkai here, or whatever his name is.
Yep, June.
June.
In the sun.
That is a sorry. 33.
Jeez. I'm not gonna roll. I can't beat that. Yeah, you grab them.
I'm going to action surge.
Okay.
So I can dash. And I am going to stick his head in that barrel, in that corner.
I love it. We kind of swing them back around and shove them into the corner. I like it.
And then with my last 2 attacks, I'm just going to headbutt him in the back of the head with his head stuck in the barrel, staring into the
Perfect.
into the lid of the barrel.
I love it. All right, go for it.
Is that 23 to hit?
23 hits.
That is 9 points of damage. And a 25 to hit.
Bubbling of the water of his grunts.
25 to hit for
Yeah,
8 points of damage.
How much?
8 points.
Nice. Perfect.
And I'm just trying to keep his head under the water.
Okay. Mechanically, yeah, I mean well, that's fine. But I like the flavor of it. Perfect. All right. So you're trying to keep grappled there. So that's your turn. Makai.
Okay. Slightly confused for a second about this barrel move. But I'm here for it. It's a barrel. Powery's taunting me. Oh, I'm so torn. Yeah, I think in this case she's gonna run up. She needed to teleport. Makai can just run, okay? First off. And she's going to take 2 strikes with her katana.
Perfect.
But not with 2-handed. So we're just back to the...
Okay. You do notice that her form hasn't quite solidified yet, so it's still a little bit in shadow form.
Okay. 21 for both of those.
Those both hit?
Yep. Okay. Cool. Oh, and we're gonna pump a Death Strike into both of these, so I'm using 2 key points.
Nice.
So it's an extra D8. 12 points for the first one.
12 points.
Yep. And second hit. I'm rolling really low for these death strikes. Jeez.
Rolling really low too.
13 for the second strike.
Okay.
And we're gonna backhand again.
I feel like those are doing half damage.
Okay. Woohoo. Alright. The first one's 27. Second one is 21 as
Okay.
well. Okay.
And again, you just see like the skin peeling off and this old, decrepit, almost undeathly, just greenish
18 total.
18 total between the two?
Yeah.
Nice. Kind of like snarls out at you. Is that your turn?
And that is my turn.
Right. Iori just kind of screams out, "Come to the aid of your king!" As the knights will rush over after Kahu. Go here. Here. And here. Here. So, feet of each other. And do the same thing as before. We have advantage on this one. 29 on the first one. Do anything to that one? 20 on the second one, that misses, right? What was your... Sorry, I think you're muted. What's your AC?
Oh, sorry, it's 21.
21,
That was
okay.
a miss.
3 is a 27. 4 is a 25. Another 27. 6. 20, so that misses. We're only at 4. 7 is a 26. 5. What did I say? 7. So 8. Okay, another 26.
Oh.
9 misses. 10 misses. 11 misses. And 23. So you take 6 hits.
Gee,
7
You
hits.
hit me. I think that was 8.
I missed 3 in the last one there. And then I missed a 4th one earlier. Oh, yeah, okay, 8. Okay. So it'll be 50 points total between all of that.
50 points total.
You see that their eyes are burning much brighter in this aura and the presence. Zachary. First one, a flat roll because they're near each other. The blinded one near you. Miss. The other one has advantage on you. 20. No, it's not a 28. 23 to hit. I think hits. Take 13 points of damage on that one.
Sure.
Kidding, they have multi-attacks. That's just 2 attacks. Straight rolls then. Miss. Natural 20 on that one. Do anything with that?
Give me a second. Which one was it?
The blinded one.
Natural 20 with disadvantage. That's impressive.
Oh, right. Sorry. Thank Thank you. I was thinking of the other one for some reason. 15. That
16 AC.
nice. All right, and then the one that's not blinded. Misses. And why is it only Kahu that I roll really well? Misses again. All right, so that's all the damage you take. Makai, for Anais, got the blinded one. Great roll. 19.
Yeah.
That hits. And a 22. Guess they both hit. The max damage on that one. 21 points of damage. And then the
Okay.
one that's not blinded.
Did you roll disadvantage on both of those?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, they're flat rolls because they're advantage of tactic.
Oh.
Yeah. And that guy misses with advantage. That's wild. That guy misses with advantage. That's fun. That's their turns though. So Zachary, you're up. Rolled a 2 and a 1.
All
with advantage.
right. So I think I'll 5-foot step to there, so that wouldn't provoke anything, right?
Correct.
Okay. But as I do that, from me, like this glow begins to emanate as like wings sort of sprout out, but they're not my wings this time. As standing in the spot where I just left is an angelic glowing form as I cast Summon Celestial.
Let's
Yeah.
go. All right.
New best friend.
Do it this way for that guy. Give him wings.
There. And I will tell him, I'll do the defense form, and I'll tell him, we're in a tight spot. Get us out of here.
Do I do hostage saves at the end, right? For those two?
Yeah, at the end of their turns, yeah.
14, which I think fails, and a 4, which fails. So
Yeah, okay. So yeah, I would just say, like, get us out here. Give him the command to fight these guys, basically.
Gotcha.
It's a free thing.
do you have the stats for that?
Yeah, I got my own stats.
Cool.
So he'll do it right after I take my turn.
Okay.
That's when he acts.
Great.
And then
Yeah,
I will
get-
bonus action attack the one that I already attacked, right between my two summon fun things.
Fun. And that's not
Yeah,
blinded. Cool.
the not blinded one. For a 23 to hit,
A hit.
and that will end up being 14 force damage to that.
Nice. These are gonna go down real quick, aren't they?
My Celestial then will go. He has 2 attacks. He has a mace. The first one is going to be a 19 to hit, I think. Wait, no, it's my bonus, not that thing. So that'd be 22 to hit.
2 hits.
So that attack is for 16 damage, radiant damage. And the second one is going to be a 23 to hit
Looking heart. 23 definitely hits.
for it's 13 radiant damage to that.
This one, you just crash through, it just kind of explodes out and crumbles in just decay and
And then from the energy of it just like crushing through and getting rid of this guard, some like light emanates off that onto Anais, and you get 10 temporary hit points. Oh wait, no, wait, let me roll for it. I gotta roll for it. Sorry.
Oh,
Nice.
okay. I'm so
It
excited.
Rolls
is
a 10.
8 temporary hit
Okay.
points.
Hey,
watch him just roll the
thanks.
10 anyway.
That's
but
fun.
Yeah. I called my shot. Perfect. Do you have anything else?
That will be all for my turn.
And that was the Celestials too, right?
Yeah, he went right after
Yeah.
me and attacked it.
All right. Katori just looks at you. Deal with you in a moment. As she is 50. Teleports again with her bonus action right over here, the backside. Don't worry, my king. And she'll swing forward at your back, Kahu. First one with advantage.
She can teleport that far.
Oh, we're at
It's a
60
bonus
feet.
action.
Oh.
60 feet, and then she has advantage on her first attack. So that was a natural 20. If anyone's doing anything to that.
Runic shield, force the reroll.
Perfect. Another advantage, but it'll be a...
Runic shield is not advantage, it is a roll one more die.
Just run one more die? Okay. That's still a 10. Plus...
Oh, nope, I can't use it. It's when another creature that I can see takes the hit, so it's a nat 20.
Ugh.
Can't use it for myself.
Anybody else? Alright, so the natural 20 on that one. Your sword there. It's going to be... Oh, 7, 13, 15 point, or sorry, 18 points of necrotic damage.
Ah.
And her second attack will be normal. That is a 24 to hit.
That
Be 10 points of damage on that one, of necrotic damage. And
does she have a shadow blade or something?
she does have a version of one, yes. The necrotic blade that she
Ew.
That she doesn't have to summon, huh?
Nope.
Oh my gosh.
did that her first turn. Yep.
Ugh.
This one is gonna be a miss though, with a 19.
Yes.
All right. That is her turn. The king will try and get up out of the barrel and turn towards you, still grappled. And
Can I ask you a question, Mike?
Yeah, sure.
Before we get too far in here, because I totally would not have done this, and I should have asked you beforehand. That barrel looks like it is 5 feet in diameter, 5 feet in size. It takes up an entire space. I burned an action surge to get this guy over to that barrel.
Sure. You moved him towards
He has
him,
a
yeah.
speed of 0
Right.
at this time. Does that do anything, or is pretty much the stuff around to make use of not available for making creative use of?
At the time, it was just a grapple, though. You know what I mean? Like, you moved him into the barrel, so he's still able to turn around and attack back. Still holding him there at the barrel, though, but... You know what I mean? Like, restrained would be not able to fight back. Is that alright?
Well, he can fight back. I was just saying, like, I wanted him to not be able to cast spells, which is why I had him in that direction.
That's fair. That's fair.
He can still swing his sword and stuff at me from behind.
That's fine. Yeah, we can definitely do that. I mean, like you said, his speed 0, so yeah, I'm just more or less going for the mechanics of being able to hit. But yeah, being able to silence him, I'll say he's silenced. For sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, so he's kind of like trying to swing back at you and stab you. With not advantage, because I'm going to say he's not in a position to be able to get that. Him. There we go. All right. So the first one is a 24. And the second one,
Hits.
a 20, which I think misses, right?
Barely misses, yep.
All right. So the first one hits as he kind of like reaches up and you see these claws come out and try and scratch back at you. That first one. That is 10 points necrotic on that one. And he missed with his staff and other. All right, that's his turn. Nice.
Hold on. Sorry, I'm doing some measuring. Okay, so I will cast. Well, okay. First question: if I like go over? Oh, sorry, I'm back on ruler. If I go here like this and just say I kind of wove between those two, is that possible? Because I don't want to do an attack of opportunity, but I do want to get some space.
Yeah, to squeeze through him, you can either do acrobatics or athletics to try and squeeze. Otherwise, you'd have to go around.
Okay, and then do an attack of opportunity. I will try to do that. Yeah, I rolled a 17 on the die plus 20, so 23 for athletics.
Yeah, you're easily able to kind of like push through him and kind of squeeze through to the other side.
Okay. So I go right here. And I will say, Zach, I'll be right back. and I will do thunder step
Oof.
on these two at 4th level, so I'm rolling a little more.
Golly.
So both of them have to make a Constitution saving throw.
Right, cool. Yeah, as the entire room just blasts out in this thunder, you all feel your hair waving in just the blast of it. On save, that is going to be a 17, a 10.
Fail. They take full damage, and I think that's it.
How much?
I think they just take the full damage. I don't think anything else happens, like they fall or anything. But anyway, I'll roll some damage. 20 thunder damage each.
Nice. The first one is down and out. 20. Looking pretty rough, but alright.
Okay.
Where are you teleporting to?
I'm going like right here, I think, and it looks like she's preparing to do something. Actually, I'll go one more. For now, I will. Oh, that was my. Never mind. I can't. I was gonna heal, but I can't because I use my spell. But that's my move. I'm done.
That's your turn?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Kahu. Your move.
I'm going to keep his head there to try to keep him from being able to do a lot of casting.
Nice.
I'm going to use my bonus action to try to heal myself. With my second wind. And I'm going to take the dodge action.
Okay.
That's my turn.
Alright. Alright, I like it. Alright, Makai. See Kahu just kind of overwhelmed and being surrounded.
Yep. So she's gonna come down here. And we're going to do
You have enough
branding.
movement, right? With your regular movement? Yeah.
Yeah,
Nice.
it's totally good. I still have leftover.
Nice.
I'm gonna do branding smite,
Perfect.
and I'm also gonna do a death strike at the same time.
Okay.
If I hit. Oh yeah, that's a good point. If I move over here, does that give Kahu advantage for me? That's the advantageous if I just move over one, right?
Yeah, I'll give it to you.
Okay, cool.
Not really giving it to June just because of his being grappled condition sort of stuff, but
Right, yeah. So 23?
23 hits?
Yep. Okay. I get to roll all these dice. Okay, 33 for the first.
Oof. 33 points?
33 points. That's everything.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you kind of slash down her back. It's just a long, just really gnarly hit across her back and spine.
Yep. And next one, I am going to hit her again. That's also a 23 to hit. And I'm also going to do Stunning Strike, so I'm going to spend another key point at the end of this, but I'm still doing damage first.
Okay. Cool.
So... So it's 11... No. Sorry. 17 points on that one, and then stun.
Alright. She just is like crying out. She's kind of like holding her back in protection and just trying to keep you off of this going on. She goes, you're not going to be able to defeat us. This is our domain. As
She needs to succeed on a DC con save.
a 21.
Yeah.
Good con.
Yep.
Fights it off. Anything else?
No, that's all.
Your turn.
Yep, that's all I can do.
So close. She's looking hurt, by the way. Very hurt. Alright, so the knight's turn here. Seeing that she's in... They are moving up here. Kahu, if you want an opportunity. Yeah. Those two are going to move there. You want to take that or no? Won't break your dodge action, right?
Right. No, I'm not going to use the opportunity attack for that yet.
Okay. What was that again? 30 feet or 20? Within range. Yeah. Cool. Alright, so make eye. You're going to get 6 attacks with advantage against you. Let's miss on the first one, of course. Second one's going to be 26 to hit.
Yeah, that hurt. Or hits. That hurts.
Third one's going to be a 20 to hit.
Nope. I have a 22 right now.
That's not Kahu. Why is it only Kahu? That was third one, so fourth one. There we go. 29.
Yep.
2 hits. Fifth one. That's the natural 20.
Okay.
And anything there?
Yeah, I'll use my Earning Shield on that now, 20.
That's a reroll or just a single reroll? Like, I don't remember.
It is. Let me read it for you.
Oh, I thought this was the one where you take the hit, and I was like,
Force
don't
the
do it,
attacker
Kahu.
to re-roll the d20 and use the new roll.
Okay, so just once, right?
Mhm.
The 28, but not a natural 20.
That's fine.
3, and then on the last one, 20, which I think this is, right?
Yeah,
Cool.
that misses.
I'm gonna take. Oh, that's the wrong dice. Oh, it's the right dice?
It's fine. I'm still... I'd rather take these hits than Kahu.
Yeah. So you take 18 points of damage, slashing damage on those. Kahu, those will be,
Could be flat rolls.
yeah, flat rolls. So we'll do the top one, which is 21, 16, and 26.
Okay.
Is the 21 misses though, right?
Nope, they both hit. Those are 2 hits.
Oh, you're at
Mhm.
22. Okay. So those will be 15 points damage.
Okay.
The bottom 3, 20, 25. 25, right?
Yep.
That's only gonna be, that was a really low roll. 9 points of damage on that one. And then we have blinded one at you, Zachary. He's just swinging wildly at this point, trying to hit you. A natural 20 and a 13 up to a 18. That does hit. For only 7 points of damage, so not much. Guy will walk up here. Attack tactics. That hits. 17. Yep. And 28 will hit.
Wait.
Huh?
My turn's next. I'll use my reaction to cutting words on that one.
Nice. Down to, so that was 18, right?
-3 from it, whatever it was. So
15.
that misses then.
Nice. And then I think the next one will miss at a 12.
Yeah.
Just one, right?
Are the cutting words, "You're not even alive," and like tears like fill their little red eyes.
That'll be 11 points of slashing on that one.
That one hit still?
Did the first one hit, or
thought
did
it
that
missed.
first one miss?
I got the first one already for 7.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Then you're good. Sorry.
Okay.
Forgot I told you that. Cool. Zachary, it's your go.
All right. I'll quickly mind connect with the group. And just, Anais, you gonna get Kahu out of that corner?
Sure.
Okay. And everyone in my group heard that. Just saying that. So then I will look to the Celestial Buddy and say, can you get that guy? And I'll step through to here to allow him to get up there.
Okay.
And I will bonus action do a healing word for Kahu. I'll do it at 3rd level.
Nice.
And our die is what, D6 right now for extra stuff, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. It's only 15, but
Okay. 15 points of
it's
damage?
to Kahu.
Oh, for healing. Sorry.
Healing to Kahu.
Damage to Connor.
So that was my bonus action. And then my
Okay.
action, I'm going to hold the action for use an item for when Kahu and my friends are clear from that corner. Okay.
Okay.
Then Celestial Buddy is going to go in and attack non-blinded boy over here.
By the way, summon slash shield's not concentration, right?
So the summon is, I succeeded on that one.
Okay, so you took one for the
Okay, hit.
damage. Yeah.
I rolled for the damage and it was above 10. So,
Cool.
So he is going to attack.
What happens when you break concentration? Does he just leave, or is it not under your
Yeah, he's
control?
gone.
Okay.
He's just gone. He just disappears. But he'll attack the non-blinded one for a 21 to hit.
That hits.
And that will be 15 radiant to that one.
Alright.
It's a nice hit this one, right?
That's looking really hard.
And second attack is a 30 to hit.
Yeah, that annihilates
He's
it.
doing good.
He's doing alright.
17 radiant damage to
Okay. Yeah. Alright. We had 5 left. That's fine. That's overkill.
that. And then he'll give me some temporary hit points. He'll give me 9. Thanks,
Good work.
Celestial Buddy. Okay, so I'm holding my action.
Perfect. Did you bonus action anything with your spiritual weapon?
Not this one. I healed Kahu.
Gotcha,
My
that's
bonus.
right. Cool. All right, so it's your go. Kaori's looking back at you, Meikai, just frustrated.
Yeah, attack me instead.
Gonna try and cast her darkness again. Stops her.
I don't have anything.
Radius there. Be on her bracelet that she's casting it. One left. Okay. And you just hear a whisper. Whatever you do, wherever you are, you won't take my love away. He transports again. This time you see kind of a shadow out in the hall here. Starts running away. All right, that's her turn.
Wait, do we have darkness over us, or did she just teleport? Does all that
She had done darkness over her, and then she teleported. There is no more darkness on her. Now the king's turn. As you're still kind of pushing him into the water, he's unable to cast anything. Going to just throw wild at you again.
And he's disadvantaged now because I'm dodging.
Yep. Claws. Advantage. Go. 17 plus so 25 on the first one.
That's it.
And second one, definitely gonna 18, I think. Yeah, 18.
It's a mess.
First one with the claws. He's plus 12 points of necrotic damage. And that's it for his. I guess so. No, that'd have to be an action. Cool. Nice.
Yeah, so I kind of like bop around over here. I kind of like dodge through all the fighting, and I just kind of like pull out my hand to Kahu. I'm like, "You want to go?"
I trust you.
So, boom! Another thunder step.
That's
I
nasty.
will
think
make sure.
everything hits this one, except the king.
Yeah. Yep. I think it does hit most of them except the king. We can go. I don't really care where we're going, honestly. Just away from here. So I think I'll just go right here so that Kahu, you can like go charging in at a different angle if you like. But I will do channel divinity so that it's 40 damage.
Just everybody.
They
don't have to fail, right?
Yeah, it's those three. It's those three, I think.
Yeah,
They have to fail to get the full damage, so they roll Constitution saving throws.
gotcha. One on the top left will be 17.
Fail.
8. And a 20
Fail.
on the bottom.
Okay, that one passes. So that one gets 20. The other two get 40.
Wild. As they both are blasted away. Alright. That's your turn. Anything else?
No. But that's Zach.
Trigger my reaction.
Yeah, that's right.
So
Yeah.
I reach into my bag of holding, pull out my little gift from the assassin that tried to kill Ananias, and I chuck it like right in here for that fireball
Nice.
blowing up right in the middle of all those people who are left.
I love it. It was a 15
Let's see if I
foot
could-
radius, right?
I think it's 20 foot, right? Because it's fireball.
20 foot. Oh, you hit.
So if I get like,
Or...
actually, I'll get like right here.
Don't hit to
Meikai's good at dexing.
Okay.
Meikai's good at dexing.
Yeah,
I'll
I'm
trust
fine.
We're partners.
I'm
Let's
fine.
do
Trust
that.
her. You'll be fine, Meika. Just chuck
Also,
it.
I have fire resistance.
Because I want to hit this guy. Like I want to hit the one sitting at the table too with it. So right there,
Gotcha.
I think we'll get all of them. If I hit that.
Yeah, king at the table just. I mean, there is no resistance. He's just flutters away. Like thing. Burned away. The one at the bottom rolled a 20. That one failed. I think 20 still. No, it's not your DC.
I don't know what DC it would be off of. If it's off of mine or the spells. I don't know. I don't know what it would be set at because I don't have one.
Yeah, I have it in my notes somewhere. It was 20. I know passed. I think it was like a 16. It was a little lower.
Okay.
But the king would be. And the king fails as well.
Cool.
Yay. Get him.
You get 8d6 fire damage for you.
Also, my dex save was a 27, so...
Nice. Big half.
And quarter.
Evasion. Quarter, okay.
I have
It's
resistance
fire too, so
to fire.
Nice.
I figure she would be fine.
Wait, are they running against Zach's DC, or are they running against the DC
No, it was
of the
a
item?
DC of the item.
It's an item DC.
It was like either 15 or 16, or it was like a really lowered.
But 8d6. Here we go.
It wasn't supposed to be as strong as Fireball when I had brought it around. I even think it had like less rolls, but
Oh, okay.
no,
Well,
I think
28
I
is
think
my
it'll only be
roll.
like a 6 versus 8, but yeah, you're fine. We said 28.
28. Yes.
28. So this one's
28, 14, 7. Okay. I think I did math in my head, guys. It's because it was an even number.
So proud.
the king is just looking blasted up against this and up against the barrel as this barrel's now steaming up from the water, now starting to evaporate. He is very hurt looking in this moment. He just peels of dust and skin coming off him as well. It almost looks like his body's not able to keep its form right now. Well,
The other one survived?
What'd you say?
The other one survived with Anias's and my damage on that turn?
Mm-hmm.
Is he the one that took half
It was at
damage?
it was at max. Yeah, he took half on both of those. So
Alright.
he's looking really rough, but he held on somehow. That was Kahu's turn now.
Question for you, Mike.
Sure.
If I use the dash action to run straight at that wall, could I potentially blow right through it?
I mean, the walls are paper thin. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Japanese
Yeah, for
architecture.
sure. For sure. In these, yeah.
I would like to dash straight through that wall.
Okay, I love it. How much movement do you got?
If I use a dash, it's 60 feet.
60 feet.
That gets me. I'm basically trying to make an opening for Meikai.
For sure. So it would be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 50 to here. And then you turn and look either way. And you don't see her at the moment. You want to go left or right. It's a wall. It goes left or right, and always.
I will go to the right.
What did I say? 50? Right. Yep.
Yep.
10 more feet. Down here, you're just coming up to the hallway, where you'd be able to look around on it. All right. Do anything else on your turn? Definitely a huge hole in the middle, like behind where the throne is.
I think we have potions on us too, by the way.
Oh, you're right.
Forget those.
I'm going to drink a potion as well.
I just opened my notes and a bug flew out. I don't know how long it's been there.
I have a potion of healing on me. I'm going to drink that.
There you go.
You want a potion? All right,
How
make one.
lame. Rolled minimum heal.
Oh, no. That's a good gift, Lit. Thank you.
Mecca, it's your turn now. Oh, he's healed up.
Yeah. I'm looking really torn because I really want to kill June. She's just gonna say,
Gotta get Kaori.
yeah, she's just gonna say, I'm just going after her, and I'm gonna use. Ooh, so it's going straight or going left or right?
You can go through the same hallway that she went through, or you can go through the hole right here.
Well, yeah, I'm going through the hole that Kahu just made.
Sure.
So that is at
The
least.
car shaped hole that's like this, like in the cartoons.
So
Yeah.
going straight. That's
We saw
only
which
gonna
way her
use.
shadow went, right? You said that we saw the shadow on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, she went through this doorway down here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the doorway, but we don't know if she went up or down at that point, right? Okay, so that gives me 30 feet. I'm gonna step of the wind it, so I have 100 feet to utilize. So now I'm at 70.
Okay.
Wow. I'm fast.
Yeah.
Just gonna kind of be panicky.
You're
As she
where
doesn't-
he's
I
at,
don't know.
squeezing past him, right?
Yeah,
Right now, you're just at the edge of a hallway to look down.
right.
You
So
step 5 more feet down to look.
yeah, I'm gonna use another 5 then. Oh, why can't I move Kahu? I'm not you. Pretend I moved.
Give me a perception check.
Imagine Makai running up the side of the wall and like over top of Kahu. And
Yeah. Give you a perception check?
Yep.
21?
Try and look down this hallway. Take a second. You don't see any movement, so it gets dark down in the hallway.
Unnaturally dark?
Seemed like unnatural.
Oh. I'm looking for that cloud.
It's about. Go back to the other.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time visualizing all of this. And I know that it wasn't. I mean, this is in the middle of battle and everything, but.
If you would, it
trying
looks like
to-
about 20 feet back, and this hallway here would then turn to the right, or you can continue southward. Come back up, and there's another hallway that goes down the back of the palace. Both are you guys are facing the back of the palace, so that you know the mountains
Right.
are along the whole U of this palace, right?
I'll just do the 20 feet up and try to look around the corner then.
Okay, so how many feet left do you have?
55.
25. Get to the
Yep.
edge, and you are now at the doorway that would look outside. If you want to open the door, take a look out. Give me another perception check.
Okay. 19?
Again, you're kind of looking over. Don't really see.
Okay. Alright, well, I'll just backtrack really quick then, and it's literally just a zip thing, but,
So,
or if I can't, if I'm stuck there, then
no,
that's
You
fine.
can definitely move back. I'm just trying to make sure we go through your movement. You said you had 55
So-
feet left?
I had 55 feet left, take another 20 back.
25. Good. Look outside.
Okay.
It's
So another-
20, and then technically be a little more. I'm just going to say 5 feet.
That's fine.
I'll just give you 5 out. Another 25 out. So you'd be back at this point where Kahu's at. 25 feet left.
Yeah. And I'm just saying in mental chat, she's not down there. And I'll just try to...
The hallway would be... Let me draw this for you guys. Sorry, I know it's... I don't have the two maps next to each other. So.
And if I
Yep.
need... I haven't used any action, so if I can use action to dash, that's more movement. So
Why are you using all your stuff to get up to 100?
that was 100.
You
Just
said
it was
something like
100.
170 or something like that.
No. I said I was at 100 and now I'm at 70 because I used 30 to get
gotcha.
through the door.
Okay.
Yeah.
Monks. Okay, so you had 50. So you went to 50, brought it up to 100 with your step of the wind. Okay.
Math.
Math.
Yeah.
You can try and go down. There's a hallway down here where the yellow is, or there's a hallway here as well.
Yeah, I'll just try to. Oh, I can't move myself.
I'm not trying to
'cause it keeps
railroad
selecting
you guys at
Kahu.
all, or try and get her like out of it on purpose. I know where she's at, and I'm playing as.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I will just go down this next hallway. I'll go down 30 feet more.
You're 30 feet down from where you're at.
Yeah.
You're now back on the token map. So if you
Okay. I'll
Good.
go a little. I can't move myself, so I'm just gonna go.
Here, let me move. Yeah, I was gonna say, let me
Okay.
move Kyle here.
So
and then
30
you
feet
move
would be here.
Yeah.
You're trying to make it to here.
Oh, I can't. Yeah. So it's 40 to that corner, and then another 40 there. Do I have that? Dash just gives me another 50, right?
Yeah.
So
And how much did
25,
you have back when you got back to me? You had what, 20, 25 left?
70. I should have like 70 now,
A lot of math.
I believe. It's a lot of movement. Yeah, because I was at 55, then it goes down by 25. It's another. I hate all of this. My brain is not working.
All right.
Let me get my calculator. Let me get
You
my
had 75,
calculator.
went down by 25, you have 50 left.
Okay. 50 left. Cool. Well, yeah, so I'll come down here. That's 40. And then I have just 10 left, so I can end up right here. Or however that plays out. I don't know what these little square things are.
This is a hallway. This is the other main hallway. That's what I was saying. These are the southern hallways here that you can count on.
When
Okay,
she
so
got-
if
when
I
she got
go
back to me-
south and then I turn, I can turn,
Yeah,
right?
that's what I'm saying. This whole
Okay,
thing that you're
that's
on
what I
is,
mean.
is just a square that you can go around.
Yeah.
I'm just drawing
So we're
the
good.
hallways you can get
That's
to.
where that's where I can end up. That's it.
Oh, you had a
and we're
dash
done.
for 54 movement.
Well, I did use my action to dash.
I used your. When you got to Kahu, you had 25 feet of movement left.
Yeah.
Okay. You just moved 5, 10, 15,
I just moved
20,
50.
25. You should be like here. And then you can use your action to dash and have another 50 feet.
You have another 50 feet of movement.
Oh,
That's why I was asking earlier if you had already used your action.
no. I guess not. So that puts me here. I guess.
Which hallway do you want to look down? This one at 30 feet or this one at 50 feet?
30 feet.
You have 50 feet. You have another 20 feet of movement. Give me a perception check.
That's a natural 1.
Oh, roll me a D6,
Yeah.
please.
6.
Okay. You go down and that flicker of just the adrenaline, what's going on, and the triggers of these memories and these high emotions rolls past you, and you suddenly see and remember this vision and memory of triumph when you and mother had a moment before your wedding, before being introduced here and being the engagement. It was just this moment of closeness with your mother, and you remember having it in this hallway, and you kind of blink through it. You can re-roll your next ability check, attack roll, or saving roll that you make as this wash of emotions. However, in the moment, you're not able to see past and forward.
Okay.
The natural one there.
Okay.
But if you want to go
Really,
down this
I-
blindly down this hallway, you can, or you can move up to the next hallway. You have 20 feet.
Right. Just look down the next one, just...
Kind of waiting. I'm gonna say at this point, just with the natural one, you have to wait for next.
That's fine.
But definitely had a great turn to go try and figure out where she's not, at least. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Now I'm done.
Sorry,
That's the
guys.
longest turn
That
I've ever
was a
taken.
long turn, but it was good. It was good. Yeah. This one. Gonna head this way and hold its action. Zachary.
Is the one that's by me gonna do anything?
Oh, sorry.
One in the cluster.
Right. Sure. She's gonna blindly swing at you.
It can target the Celestial too. I'm just gonna say that is an option for it to target. It does have HP.
That's fair.
So it's blind. I don't know if it's gonna know where I am versus the
That's
Celestial.
true. Yeah, it's just kind of wildly swinging at the moment. I'll say the first one goes to the Celestial. What's the AC? I think
18.
14. The first one will go to Celestial, swinging back towards you. Second one will go to you. That misses with a 7, and then swings back and just misses on the third one, as it's just unoccupied, no one's around. Yeah, it's your go.
All right. So use my spiritual weapon to hit this guy. He's blinded, so it's advantage, right?
Yep.
Or I guess you can make a save at the end of his turn to see if he's not blinded. But
Oh, at the end of the
I'm
turn.
gonna make a roll for it.
16?
Fail.
Yep.
Mark just wanted
Blinded
to
in
say
the
fail.
floor. Yeah, fail. You suck. Michael.
What, 26 to hit him? So,
Hey, Mike.
Sure.
The other creature where it's stopped up here,
Yeah.
do I have any line of sight on that, or am I completely around the corner and blinded?
Did you just rip through the...
I'm probably
Green?
well. I ripped through and I stepped over, so I might not see
Yeah,
him.
I'd say you'd have a 5-foot movement to be able to see.
Okay, thanks.
okay.
At the same time, though, I feel like you might be able to see a shadow. So it is thin paper walls. So we can always do a perception check if you're trying to do something.
Okay.
So 16 damage to that guy with my spiritual weapon.
Nice, that hits.
Nice.
Good.
Tell my angel friend, deal with this guy, and if you finish him, one of those two. Point to the other two. I'm going to use my action then to cast. I'm going to loop around to here. Just keep moving. This blind guy. And action, I'm going to cast Psychic Lance. And I'm just going to yell out,
Ooh.
no point in hiding Kaori, and it's like that word. I can target anybody within a mile. So, by saying their name.
Yeah. So I love this.
So she needs to make an intelligence saving throw, please.
Wild.
That is a crazy spell.
It is crazy.
That's a mile.
I'm scared of that.
It goes out to a mile if I say the name. It's an alternative way to cast it.
Huh? Why does it say mile? We didn't have it on that one. That's awesome, though. Double check. Fail. Is it on the
I believe
D&D
that's
Beyond
where it
one?
is, right? I think that's where it said that. Where'd I get that from?
No, it's in within range.
Oh, it's within range. Okay. I'll distance spell it then to make it 120 feet then if it's not a mile. I thought it was a mile. Where'd I
No,
get that
it's
from?
120
Already
feet. It says.
120.
So you could
Yeah,
distance
I'll
it
distance
to
about-
40.
The
Yeah, I'll take
240.
40 it. Yeah, I'll distance it. I thought it was a mile for some reason. I don't know where
I
I
was about
got
to say,
that
like,
from.
holy crap, that's nuts.
Yeah, I was like, that seems OP to me.
Yeah. I can't remember where I got that from, but 240 feet away.
I was like, I wouldn't be
She's within
surprised if
range.
Mark's already done the math and been like, well, I'm going to distance all my points and make it a mile.
No.
Yeah.
All right, intelligence.
I thought I
saving
read
throw.
that somewhere. Intelligence saving throw, though,
That's-
from her.
That's crazy. Holy cow.
Wild.
It's like my warlock.
That is intelligence.
Please fail. Please fail. Please fail.
17.
That fails. So she will take 7d6 damage, and she's incapacitated until the start of my next turn. So if she's concentrating on something, that is gone.
For the sake of this, Meikai, as you continue to skirt around the corner and you blink your eyes, you're able to see in the distance this like lance of just radiant energy heading down the path and illuminating this area. As you can see, Yori, now invisible, but the footsteps heading down in the snow, just straight through her.
Wait, she's invisible?
She is along the path, starting to head downwards, and
I
about
rolled
150 feet
so
away
good,
from you.
dude.
Pretty far away.
Wait, but you said she's invisible.
She was invisible, not anymore once it hits her. As
Oh,
she
because
gets
of the
hit-
darkness?
She's incapacitated as a result.
Yeah,
of
because
this.
of the spell.
Right.
The only reason I'm asking is because my branding smite I did on her, she can't be invisible for a minute for concentration.
Nice. Well then,
So,
To
and I was
do,
actually
she's not
going to ask that
invisible.
before she
Yeah.
disappeared. Okay.
but she had switched it up
Alright.
later. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. But as you see it,
Rolled-
you see her. You only have 4 points of damage. But I appreciate
Wait, you
it.
have to say how much you
How
got,
much
though.
damage? How much?
I rolled 35 points of damage.
Yeah,
Psychic
it's,
damage
it's like
there.
Guardians of the Galaxy with the whistle blade, or just like going around through like many times. But as you see her
Jeez.
halfway through, and then as before her body even hits the ground, fades, ash, a scream that goes quiet.
Wolf.
Do you see that? Hackery's freaking psychic lance goes off at a distance.
Yeah.
It's a really good spell.
Did the
That's
math
a very
with
good
her
spell.
step of the wind being just on the edge of that. Ugh. Very nice. Very nice.
And then Celestial's gonna attack the blinded boy.
Yep.
That will be at advantage because yeah. So that's a 32 to hit.
32 hits.
For 13 radiant on the first one. Is he still up?
Yep.
Okay. Second attack
Good advantage
will
on those, of
be
course.
23 to hit.
Yep. This one will probably go down.
For 13 radiant damage.
And on that one, he goes down. Oof. All right. And Kaori.
And then he's gonna begin his movement, I guess, towards there. I guess just be ready to target anybody else who wants to come fight me.
Perfect. You guys hear a clatter. Sword just drops to the ground. You just see June looking up, kind of feeling that connection to his wife, in eyes inflame with this rage, and he's going to come this way. Oh. He has room for that. He's just gonna hold his action. 'Cause he's just raged looking for Meikai. Alright.
Mm.
Can
Oh,
I-
he can't see me through the paper screen.
Can I see him through the paper screen at all?
At this point, you can see him through the hallway, because these are doors right here. The
Okay, so
wolf in there,
I
so-
can see him at the end of his turn.
Yeah.
Let me double check something here.
You can also see, like, he's barely holding himself together. His, like, muscles underneath his skin are kind of fading and kind of crumbling to ash. It's like he's not able to hold this. You're muttering, just, I will provide, I am king.
Okay. I'm not within range. It's okay.
Nice.
Is Makai within sight or no?
I'm
Of
just
you.
right there.
Yeah, she's right there.
I just like I pull back my bow.
Her glaive
I'll
folds back
hold.
into a bow as you kind of freed.
Yeah, I'll do like a
Charge.
bonus action, like yeah. And I'll just like I'm gonna hold my action though, because there's like a lot of things going on here. So I'm gonna let Makai do what she wants. If it looks like she's trying to like end him and it's still not working, or he does something, I'll shoot. But for now, I'm just like holding it, like waiting to see if she wants to do anything.
Perfect. Okay. Holding your action, just lightning sizzling next to yours. Ready to let go. Kahu. You can hear the cry out of Kaori around the corner. You can actually, at this point where you were at, you probably would have been able to see that lance go down that hall.
Okay.
Let's see, where's my movement?
There's a guy up there.
I'm going to rush this guy over here, and I'm going to attack him.
Okay. Go for it.
Uh,
Looking pretty done.
I don't know if I hit with that one. So 14 to hit.
14? 14 hits. Or actually, 14, sorry. I think 14. Does not hit.
Okay.
I don't know why I was thinking
Second
the same
attack.
Damage. On
Second
that, on the reaction though, because it did hold its action, will swing at you. Came within melee range. 23.
Yeah, that hits.
10 points of damage on that one. Swings, but it's still your turn.
Yeah, the second attack was a 23 to hit.
23 hits.
23 for 23.
Swing around.
For 24 points of damage.
Oof. Yeah. Are you using your trident? Is that what you're using?
Yep.
Just stick them straight through and just hold them straight up in the air as it just kind of crumbles out to dust and bone remains.
And then does June look like he is? It's probably gonna miss him, but I might.
Looking like he's on the last couple legs of form.
Okay. Does it look like he's readying anything? Can I tell?
Yeah. I mean, both claws are out. Like it's like his fingernails have grown into nails, and they're looking a lot more demonic. Eyes are kind of like burning. It's like fire.
All right.
Angry boy.
I will attempt to throw my trident at him. It's gonna be a disadvantage though from where I'm at.
Hit him to the wall.
If I could flavor it as pinning him to the wall, so maybe I gets a final chance. But
What I was thinking anyway.
if it hit, let's see, it's a 21 to hit.
Hits.
All right. That is
Revenge for everything that you took. Scars and wounds on your whole body as you just flow the water, kind of the motion down your arm.
that's 17 points of damage.
Very nice.
Nice.
Very close. Get about 3 points left. As he's now pinned, kind of like pinning like his body and his arm up against the wall there.
And then I'm going to, let's see what distance we are here. Just in case, I'm going to bonus action enter a prophetic state.
The whites of your eyes kind of going over as like the cape flows down your back and the what's that? The curdling of water, like when the wave crashes at your feet. King Kahu of the.
That's cool.
That's
Right.
my turn.
That's fun.
All the other ones kind of crumble and go to the ground. You hear the last cry of Kaori fall. Meikai, you now see the trident sticking out. There's no blood. Just through his body.
Yeah. All right. She's just gonna walk up to him, and she's going to. She looks really sad. Again. You only did this to yourself. You're
Never leave our domain.
You're killing too many people.
Seems smart.
I'm going to light up my blade with Branding Smite. And use both hands for the katana. And
See where the wound still is on his body from the...
yeah. I'm gonna aim for that again.
Not aiming
like-
for the head. You didn't learn from the first time. I'm just checking.
The first
Thanos
'cause you have to
mistake.
take the head.
Aim
Well,
straight
I
for
have
his heart.
multiple strikes. Yeah. And I'm also gonna death strike it too.
Kind of going up in radiant flame as you're kind of holding the katana hilt to the edge.
Oh my gosh. Almost all of my dice are max.
Meant to be.
Okay.
Shove the katana through his heart. And the flames radiate up his body and hurtling and falling up it.
37.
3. As it's just curling up his whole body, it's burning away this ash. And what's left is just this scarred, pale form of Jude. As the white flames, his eyes lower from that red flame. For just a second, he looks at you with the same eyes that you remember. You had come to over. Revive me. Reaches out a hand that just fades and burns away right before.
Could I have
Oh.
tried something?
Sure,
Just
what do you want
see
to
if
try?
it would work.
Catch his spirit in a bottle like the
No,
Twin
What I
Robo,
wanna
I guess
do-
John the next time.
is like drawing off the fact of like how much corruption kind of like taints the soul or whatever. I want to try to cast remove curse on him before he actually dies to see if I can break whatever connection is to let him move
fine.
on. So yeah, I'll just do that.
Let's go Zachary.
Roll me an affinity check. You're walking up and you see his arm and his hand. kind
And
of
roll
moving
with
up.
advantage, Zach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Prophetic state, baby.
Yeah.
I will take that.
As the hand is just moving up to make Kai's cheek, and his eyes are just looking like he wants to let go and feel.
27.
Your
As good as it gets.
radiant fire merges in with that flame. And you can feel the corruption there. Normally, break that hold. Most people. But you also know with that roll, was chosen won't leave side. Much as you and both of you can feel this emotion as almost like that same intruding echoes blasts out that you all have felt. The same thing happens from him. Exploding sense of just memories and emotions. You can see first time he saw Makai and the times that they've held out on the hills, and picnics, the year of getting. Then you also see these times Kaori was there for him, spoke emotional support for him, and you can tell there's a manipulation there, but you also can tell that there is love. You see in a lasting moment where there's this thread of corruption still holding him. You see Kaori about to stab the king, stops her, does it himself. You know he did it out of love. You also feel that it's his action that caused this. You feel that action will be irreversible. Out of it. His eyes just look in sorrow and just this form and this body just falls and burns away. That's where we'll end tonight's session and pick up next week after this amazing fight you all as well. I'll level up after this
Wow.
fight. Good job, guys. Go ahead and level up this in this moment. I will say, well, actually, I will ask you
I
now.
should probably wait.
Are you guys choosing to push forward for anything else, or are you maybe thinking about any sort of rest?
There was one thing I wanted to do right this moment.
Okay. Yeah, we got a little time.
Kahu's going to sprint to the door, pull out his bow, and fire as many arrows as he can into Kaori's body and try to land a hit. And if he does, he's going to use a fire rune on it.
So her body had fallen to ash. There is no body.
Oh.
When she got hit with the radiant, her body turned to ash just like all the other.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Fortunately.
No, I was just making sure that.
No, yeah, for sure.
Like
That's smart.
It was very smart.
Call.
Double tap.
Double tap, yeah.
No, but unfortunately, and you guys can maybe look into that next session. But I guess kind of the question would be, and we can do this next one too. I mean, there's no rush on it, but there is that potential idea of you guys could push through if you feel there's a urgency, or you guys could end up taking a longer rest here if you want to do that. But
I at the very least need a short rest.
Yeah.
You guys want to wait?
Yeah,
to make
I
that
guess
decision?
we might. I don't know. I guess it depends, because if
If-
Zach's family is on the line, I don't know about.
I'm okay not doing a long
Yeah.
rest, but if I can do a short rest, that's what I need.
Yeah. So I
Yeah.
don't know.
You
I
wanna
took a
decide
look
next
at-
week. I was just trying to give you a chance
Probably.
if you want to make it easier for your character sheets. Otherwise, you can level up, but just keep everything the same. You're not doing
Yeah.
full rest yet. Like you'd still get the spell levels up or any extra HP, but you wouldn't get.
Right. Okay.
I mean,
Uh,
if he just healed you really good, would that be about the equivalent, or is
Gets a
there
lot of
more
his
to
short
the
rest,
short
so.
rest? Than...
He gets a lot.
Runes and
Yeah,
stuff.
fighters get a lot of their stuff back.
I mean, healing up works fine. I still have some other. Used most of my tricks, but doesn't mean I've used all of them.
Phoenix Walkie, thank you so much for the raid. How you guys doing? You guys kind of have
Right
this
when
all
we're ending.
settled.
Yeah.
But you can hear off in the distance some of the nightingales split off. And you see about 9 of them splitting off as they come up to you. But we'll get into that part next time. But you do see 9 of the nightingales that seem to have split off from the look. It looks like they've been into effect. Coming up to you guys. That would be the Phoenix Wacky Nightingale. But yeah, awesome. We'll go ahead and end it there. We'll let you guys decide as far as next session. So go ahead and start working on your level up on your characters. Thank you guys. Phantom, thank you so much for the follow, buddy. Phoenix, hope you had a whole bunch of fun. We're just wrapping up now as well. But it's much more excited. We'll be back next Friday on our new night, but at 7:30, so an hour later, just because I got work and a whole lot of stuff going on. But we'll definitely jump into this fun chaos and whatever's going on in Hanazuka and whatever they just defeated and what they haven't that they got to figure out. So we'll be back next week on that. But let's go ahead and take Wacky group and our group, and we'll see who's on raid as well. We'll send a double raid over. On. Don't need the front page of Twitch making sounds. Adventure Pack's on. We've seen them before, right? We'll go raid Adventures Pack.
Yeah, they're neat. I like them.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much for jumping out and joining us. We'll be back Sunday for Magical Mishaps at 2 p.m. Central this week. Definitely go check out our Marky Gaming's channel. And then, what'd you say about Monday? I was trying to remember from earlier.
I'm just trying to decide if I'm streaming. I'm thinking no, but if you go to Knights of Silver Moon tomorrow at 1, you can see a heist in Star Wars universe.
Posted in the Discord, really be a lot of fun. And then Tuesday, literary_DMs channel for our Zelda card game where myself, Deely, Rachel, and Mark all play. And we have a whole lot of fun in that one. So, but thank you guys so much as well for always hanging out with us, showing up, saying hello, showing all your love and respect to us. Go ahead and show the love and respect that we have. Adventures. You guys.